Why don't you go see your boyfriend?
Yeah, he's got a nice room. He won't have it long. He left a call for 7 a.m.
See if we can figure out something.
Listen to your phone. Good morning, everyone here in the courtroom and everybody everywhere else. Today is Tuesday. It is the 13th of August. We're about to start our arraignments. Got a number of people already here in the courtroom, which we do appreciate. Beautiful day, great to be alive. It's going to be 82 and sunny in Michigan today. Great day for a boat ride. Listen to Tom Petty on the drive in. Get ready for the day. We do have about 8 or 10 arraignments to do. Then we'll go into pre-exam conferences. And then, as I mentioned, we have sobriety treatment court this afternoon. And we will be gone for a few days at the judicial conference. So hope you guys are going fishing or doing something. I'll let this run for just a minute. Let's see. Is Mark Kalinovich here? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. Ricky Kovac. Bless you, Ricky Kovac. Don't lose that number. Philip Marquardt. Shamika Sanders. Marquita Shelton. Michael Warner. Ernest Wellington.
Right.
Which case are you here on, sir?
Oh, I'm just watching.
Oh, well, welcome.
You can call me more of a YouTube tourist, I guess.
What's that?
You can call me more of a YouTube tourist.
All right, we've got another judicial tourist here. We'll meet him in a little bit. We had Pat yesterday from Howell, who's got a real busy morning, and then he went to Yoder. So good morning to Pat from Howell. And we'll speak to our visitor here in a little bit. Thank you all when people do come. YouTube tourist. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Jackson's been busy. Mr. George is here. Good morning, U.S. Postal Service. Well,
It's raining for 3 days in Sydney, so I'm sorry for you guys, but it's winter down there. Son lived in Sydney for a while when he went to University of New South Wales. Anyway, let's get started. I don't even know what time it is there. Coogee Street. Well, we have a good group of people that are here early, which we do appreciate. There's others that, oh, we got some more that have come in. That will maybe joining us. Anyway, this is the arraignment process. That's the process where the judge tells you what you're charged with and asks you how you wish to plead to the charge. When I call your name, I want you to come right up to the podium. I think Ms. Jeanette Jackson from the Public Defender's Office has gotten your advice of rights, which I do appreciate. She's here from the Public Defender's Office to offer perhaps advice or recommendations, although she won't be actually representing you, but she's here to make sure that your rights are protected. Also, Mr. Tim George is here on behalf of the City of Three Rivers. Some of these are ordinance cases. Let's start with Mark Alexis Galenovich. Come right to the podium there, sir. This is file number 24724. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
How do you
Your
say
Honor.
your name?
Kalinevich, sir.
Kalinevich. You're from St. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Well, they didn't have the good sense to put St. Joseph and St. Joseph County in the same place.
Very confusing, yes, Your Honor.
Further add to the mix, just below us is St. Joe County, Indiana.
Yeah.
In your case, they charge you with assault and battery. Let me click into this. Assault and battery is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. They allege that on or about April 18th, you assaulted someone named Matt Moses. That is a misdemeanor, as I said. Your options at this point are to plead not guilty, and I take no offense if anyone wishes to plead not guilty. It's your absolute right. If you wish to plead not guilty, we can set the matter for further proceedings, and if you wish to have an attorney appointed to represent you, all you got to do is tell me. It appears this happened at the probation center. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, and you've since completed your term there, and you're back to Berrien County?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Are you still on probation?
I am, sir. Yes.
Now, this could also be a violation of your felony probation. Have you discussed this with him?
Yeah, he's going to be pleading not guilty, ask for court-appointed attorney.
I think that's probably wise. For your probation out of Berrien County?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you doing now?
Well, as in working? Sir?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on disability. I got a lot of things messed up with.
What are you on probation for?
Oh, it was, I think it was a failed drug test.
Okay. Well, we'll appoint an attorney, set an attorney pretrial. This is the kind of thing that could possibly reduce to a disturbing the peace or something, but we'll set this for September 6th. I don't think I've been given a cutoff date yet. All right, according to this, you need to be fingerprinted. Were you printed yet this morning?
No, sir.
You did?
I did not.
Okay. Good morning. I got someone that needs to get printed. We don't have enough people till 8:30, do we? All right, I'll have him go out to the counter and then we'll take care of it before he goes. All right, thank you. Bye. All right, what I want you to do, I'm not sure what the other court officer's doing, but we get a third court officer at 8:30.
Okay.
I want you to go out to the counter. They'll appoint a lawyer for you and give you notice of the hearing, which is called a pretrial. What I want you to do is call the lawyer and discuss it with them
Okay.
prior to September 6th. They'll get the police report, if there's any video, photographs, that sort of thing, and see what they want to do with this.
Okay, sir.
They apparently weren't in a real rush. This was alleged to have occurred on April 18th and it got authorized on, well, not too bad. They authorized it on April 23rd. When did you get out of the center?
It was around the May 7th.
No, they got this warrant and they didn't bother to serve it while you were still there.
No.
How'd you get arrested on this?
I walked out of the center and cops pulled up and took me to jail.
Okay. So you were arrested at the center. You posted a $200 bond. All right, I want you to go out to the counter
Got it.
and they'll get a court-appointed attorney for you. Then you're gonna need to wait to have the fingerprints taken so they won't have to run you down again for that.
See that office down at the end of the hall.
Oh,
Take
down
care of
here.
Down at the
Okay.
end of the hall.
Okay, go there. Okay.
Right, turn right and go right to the end of the hall.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Well done, sir.
Yes, and don't leave till they get a chance to talk.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here's a couple of vice rights without a signature on it, but let's see what this is.
Is that all you're on?
Yes, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ricky
Very much
Kovac.
appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is file 241388SM. You're Ricky Lynn Kovac.
Yes, I am.
You live on Portage Street.
Absolutely.
You're charged with a relatively new offense, leaving a child unattended in a vehicle. Allegation is you left a child under the age of 5 in a vehicle.
That's not true.
Well, I'm just telling, it's an allegation.
Right.
Posing unreasonable risk of harm to the child. This was in July. 2 counts. Both MW, a child 5 years old, in which it was 85 degrees and the car was not running. So that's the allegation. Alleged to be at Walmart. 4 children in the car for 21 minutes. Anyway, it appears at this point you wish to plead not guilty.
Yes.
All right. Every year there's terrible consequences of these. set attorney pretrial for September 6th. We're going to be busy that morning at 8:30. Same advice as the last person. I want you to contact the attorney, make an appointment to discuss this with them. I'm assuming there's some sort of parking lot video, which would time out how long this happened and what was what. I don't know if someone called this in or the people just, the police came upon it, or I don't know enough. Is there a CPS case?
There wasn't, or they came to my house, they requested it be dismissed, and then I received a phone call while I was camping with my children that there was a police officer at my home. She was confused by it as well. Even the lady at the police department was very apologetic for me having to go through all of these steps.
Well, I'm only the judge. I didn't make the charge. The prosecutor did. 4 kids in a 85-degree car with a 70% humidity for 20 minutes.
Just got this one.
Yeah, they were still cold and blue-lipped.
Yeah.
And I was told it was.
All right, well,
15,
don't
but-
say any more about it at this point. All right, I'll have the officer take you out. We'll get a court-appointed attorney for you. You contact them. I will see you on September 6th. Are you working somewhere?
I'm disabled.
All right, so you're not missing work right now?
No.
All right, I'll see you on Friday morning, the 6th of September. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This one, signature on it. Philip Marquardt.
How you doing this morning, Your Honor?
I'm doing okay. 1389. OM. Ordinance missed. Let me look at this. This is a ticket. West Main and North Main and Armstrong Boulevard.
Yes, Your
Were you
Honor.
playing disc golf?
No, I was sitting in the parking lot in my car, waiting for my girlfriend to text me to come over.
All right, well, for reasons I don't understand, 11:03 p.m., so 11 o'clock at night, they charge you with being a minor in possession of tobacco.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, just a minute. They've got an OM number on this, Mr. George, which would mean it was an ordinance, but it's charged under state statute. And I thought this was a civil infraction.
I believe a first offense is.
And that would be my
But it would
first.
probably be more appropriate under marijuana than tobacco, because I believe he is 18.
So was it marijuana?
I think it was both, Your Honor.
Well, yeah. How old are you, sir?
I'm 18. I just turned 18 in October, last October. And the car I had just
All right, well,
gotten.
just a minute. This ticket looks like it should be dismissed on its face. Let me look at the statute. 722-646. 7:22, 6:42.
Hi, it's me. I just want to wait for him to finish this one and then I'll chat and we can hop over.
It's a weird, screwy misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor that carries a fine of not more than $50. I knew the fine was $50. The problem is, I don't know if it's a problem, but the fact of the matter is you were 18 at the time you were there, and they charge you with being less than 18. Mr. George, you had any input on this?
We'll dismiss the ticket today, and I'll reach out to the officer to see if he wants to reissue a citation.
All right. You can have tobacco if you're under 18. I mean,
can?
over 18, if you're over 18,
I
under 21.
thought it was 21 and over
21
for tobacco.
21 for marijuana. A minor.
Can I get that on recording so that I can actually
Well, it
go
is
buy
on,
my
it is
vapes?
on recording.
Like that's a judge saying that.
This is, now, I don't, the statute doesn't define what is a minor. So let's see how Michigan defines a minor. I thought it was, you can't possess marijuana if you're less than 21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They changed the law. You can't go to jail at 17 anymore.
He's talking himself into a ticket.
Right.
Minor 722.1 means a person under the age of 18 years. All right. 8. It's on YouTube. If you want to look at it, you can see it. It's on recorded. You have to be less than 18 for this to be a criminal offense for possessing tobacco. And the allegation is you possess tobacco. So the Three River City Attorney is dismissing the case. If they review this and decide to charge some sort of marijuana possession civil infraction, you'll get a notice in the mail. But for the time being, you're free to go. The case is dismissed.
Thank you.
All right. Let's do this again. Hi guys. I'm sorry that I couldn't speak in the first few seconds, but I was listening to the thing that we're going to be watching. I needed to just listen that I had the levels the same in my earphones, etc., because there's points where the volume seriously dipped, so I boosted it. So basically this trial is on other channels as a torture trial. I, however, am not going to put that in the title because that is just asking for attention from the people that be deciding whether this gets shown or not on my channel. I do want to say, though, that this is not a family watch at all. Details are upsetting, and I have been able to cut some of those words out. However, I combined day one, morning and afternoon, into one video, and it is a little over 2 hours, I think. 2 hours 24. So I wasn't able to cut them in all of the videos. It's just a warning. It's tough. There are SA allegations. Frank's eating his back leg like it's a, what is a millie? Corn? Also, hi, True Crime Kitty, Steve, Lilith, Emily, Cass, Lisa, I Rescue Dogs, Teresa. Have I missed anyone? I am not sure. Rebecca's hard to hear. That's the co-defendant, right? Is that the co-defendant? Why can't I remember? I boosted everyone. Thank you, Lilith. I don't. It's annoying me. Yeah, that's it. Corn cob. Corn on the cob. Hey, Dark Cloud. Yeah, this is going to be a tough watch, and I don't want my mods to rage quit. So please don't put me in a position where they feel like they need to. I've put the summary in the description. Rebecca. Okay, I think I boosted Rebecca. We should be fine then. Yeah, we should be fine then. Hopefully. I messed with a lot of the audio to try and get it a little less white noisy, but that's also, I think we're probably going to be behind for a lot of it so that I can do that, because it is very hard to hear, and all of the boosting things that I can do while it's live, those are just going to amplify it. So without further ado, let's watch the opening statements. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat. And also just a reminder that this is not family friendly, and I have cut out some of the normal flag words. So if there's a gap, you know why. I also cut out any long pauses.
What's this I hear about a body in a freezer? There ain't no body in the freezer. That's bullshit. This was the culmination of the roads diverging, the beginning of the end for Sean Finnegan and his crimes against Jennifer Paxton. That was the interaction he had with an Oak Ridge police officer on October 5th, or on August 5th, 2020. But how did we get here? You're going to hear the evidence today from the state's witnesses, including someone who's there, including investigators. But it all comes down to the roads of three people. Sean Finnegan was getting investigated that day, initially, as what was maybe a neighborhood complaint. But what had happened to get us to this point was this defendant kidnapped Jennifer Paxton, brought her to his house here in Oak Ridge from Knox County, looked at Rebecca Dishman and said, You want to kidnap her? And hit her with a baseball bat across the head. He then chained her to his bed. The two of them engaged in her, kept her chained for days. She had to defecate in a Fireball whiskey bucket that they brought upstairs to the bedroom for her. Point he said he was going to kill her. And Sean Finnegan, at that point, strangled Jennifer Gail Paxton to death. Multiple times. It took hours, perhaps, for Jennifer to actually pass, because you'll hear that Sean Finnegan would choke her and then let her go, and choke her and let her go. You'll see physical evidence in her throat, actually ligature marks from it cut open. After he finished, cleaned up the body, ordered a freezer, and put that freezer in his house, wrapped up her body, and put Jennifer Gail Paxton in the freezer. And he kept her there for 8 months until, again, that's this I hear about a body in the freezer. So you have Jennifer.
I'm sorry to pause. I just quickly want to switch this to be playing from the playlist. Sorry, it's just so that if for whatever reason, so my internet is on, currently saying it's on 1 bar.
So you have Jennifer.
And so I want to just make sure that if for whatever reason my internet drops, you guys can crack on without me. Because if it drops in the middle of this, I'm going to be really frustrated.
Gail Paxton. You've heard a little bit about her. She was addicted to drugs. She lived in homeless camps, transient. Sometimes she was on Chapman Highway homeless camp. Sometimes she was at one near Merchants Drive. Those are both in Knox County. Sean Finnegan worked at the Pint House. That is a bar pub that is on Merchants Drive in Knox County. She engaged in prostitution. And it was something she would do to trade drugs or money. She ended up coming home with Sean Finnegan, ostensibly for that. Drugs, good time. But she never left that house. You'll hear from Rebecca Dishman. She's the co-defendant in this case. You just heard me read her name on conspiracy charges, working in conjunction with him. And you'll hear she was there. She had a relationship. You'll hear her up from the stand right here tell you that she and Sean Finnegan were dating. She loved him. She was about 21 years old when they met in the fall of 2019. And by December of 2019, Jennifer Gail Paxton was being held hostage in the same apartment where Rebecca Dishman was living with her boyfriend, Sean Finnegan. So she's 21. She moves in with Sean after meeting him on Facebook in the fall. She has what is a BDSM relationship with Sean Finnegan. If you're not familiar with that term, it is bondage, dominance, submission, sadomasochism. It is a master-servant sort of relationship. And she's into that. You'll see that she was engaged in this as his submissive, and he was the dominant. He was her master. She called him master. Mr. Finnegan, it's the early 50s, 51, 52 when they met. She also calls him daddy. The power dynamic of these two individuals is very clearly master, submissive, dominant, submissive, daddy, baby girl. She's engaged in this. She participated. The state submits to you that Sean Finnegan was in control. She's there. He keeps her from having cell phone access. She doesn't have a job. She doesn't have a car she can drive. There's one there that was her aunt and uncle's. She doesn't know how to drive it. She can't leave. No job, no phone. She engages in the sexual acts with Jennifer Gail Paxton. She is home when Jennifer Gail Paxton's chained to the bed. And she's there when Sean Finnegan is choking her. But you'll see from the proof that Rebecca Dishman was a participant at the behest of Mr. Finnegan. You'll see that she was controlled. And eventually, her dynamic with Mr. Finnegan changed. From this is something I'm an active participant in, to the point that she felt like she needed to get out. And she tried to get out. She went to neighbors. You'll hear from some of those. You'll hear about how she was telling them that she was getting hit, about how he was controlling of her. They saw it too. She goes, and she, this neighbor who has tried to get her some help, and it's like, okay, we're going to get you this shelter. So in August of 2020, they make arrangements to pack up her stuff, what little she has, and get out and take her to a shelter. They're going to go up in Campbell County to get away from here in Anderson County. One other person lives in this house with Sean and Rebecca, and that's Sean Finnegan's mother. Police proof show that she was aware that Rebecca was leaving and notified her. Sean comes home and realizes she is gone and confronts a neighbor. Meanwhile, Mahogany Heck, Pico, she's Mahogany Heck at the time, Pico got married. She helps Miss Dishman. And they are driving up to Anderson, they're driving up from Anderson County to Campbell County. And Miss Dishman says, I gotta tell you something. And at that point, Miss Dishman tells her about the kidnapping, about beating Miss Paxton with a bat, about having her chained to the bed rail for days, tells her about the choking and the killing, and tells her she's in the freezer. And that freezer is in the bedroom closet. It is in Sean Finnegan's closet. Mahogany says we have to call the police, and does that. And they report and they send them back here to Anderson County. So they are en route back here, and Mahogany calls her fiance, now husband, Colt Pico. And he calls the police. So we have, again, these roads converging. Mahogany and Rebecca are on their way to Anderson County, getting to Anderson County. Colt Pico calls 911. While he's calling 911, Sean Finnegan, all these roads converging now, is on his doorstep saying you should mind your own business, angry at him, cursing him, and you'll hear that 911 call from Mr. Pico and hear from him telling you about this incident where he's telling the police, here's what my wife is telling me, and this guy's on my doorstep. So the officers arrived. That's where we began here. And said, what's this? I'm hearing about it. And he says, ain't no body in the freezer. That's so what happens next? From here, officers separate the two parties. Those patrol officers leave, and Rebecca is now arriving in Anderson County. And she's talking to people from the sheriff's office, and they realize this is something that happened in Oak Ridge. So she goes to Oak Ridge, and she gives a statement there, and they're like, there may be something to this here. This is quite a statement. So they put patrol on the house to look, make sure nobody's leaving, nobody's coming going. They bring the crime task force out. They're monitoring the area, make sure nothing's happening, and they continue investigation. So we have these people at the scene, at the house on 318 East Fairview in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And then we have investigators who are doing interviews, working with Knox County to see if there's a missing person from Knox County, because this is the information that Ms. Dishman is supplying, all of the graphic details of what happened and where this girl is from. They get an identification of this woman, Jennifer Gail Paxton, and they get a search warrant. And so they go into the house in the wee hours of the morning. It's August 6th, before dawn at this point. And they go in and look around the house. And they open that freezer. Frozen pizza and burritos. Well, that's weird. So they continue looking around the house, and they've monitored through the course of this. They've seen Sean Finnegan go out, smoke. He actually took a drive, went to a store, got some cigarettes. They have people watching him the whole time, goes back. So they look around. Sean Finnegan had taken Jennifer Paxton's frozen body and put it under his bed while the officers doing the investigation. Reassembled, put the shelves back in the freezer, and put in frozen foods. But investigators were able to find her. And as is normal in an investigation, called in medical examiner's office. And you'll hear testimony from the medical examiner about the injuries that occurred to Jennifer Gail Paxton before she died. Those blows to the head, the wounds, the bruising. You'll also hear about injuries to the body after she was deceased. Her nose had been removed. Dozens of sharp force trauma, lacerations, cuts to her body that occurred after death. You'll hear how there's freezer burn on there. She had been there for 8 months, at least since late December, early January. From the examination, the freezer burn and stuck to the freezer, she had to be cut out, literally cut out on her arm and the side of her face to get her out of the freezer, to then put her frozen fetal position body under the bed. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the proof, the state's going to ask you to think about the proof. Think about what you heard, what you saw in this witness stand, and apply your common sense and the laws instructed by the judge to the facts of this case. And the state submits to you that when you do that, it will be evident that Sean Finnegan committed first-degree premeditated murder. That Jennifer Paxton, he used a baseball bat, he hit her, he caused bodily injury to her. Sean Finnegan kidnapped her, kept her chained to the bed. Sean Finnegan worked with Rebecca to do this. Sean Finnegan tampered with the evidence, freezing her, wiping her down with bleach before he put her in there and wrapping her up. You'll hear that when this body was found, it had dozens and dozens of post-mortem injuries occurred to the corpse of Jennifer Paxton. At the conclusion of the proof, you'll see that Sean Finnegan is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every count which he is charged, and we'll ask you at the conclusion of the proof to return that verdict of guilty.
Thank you.
So yesterday when we were talking about perspective, and I told you guys this was going to be difficult. And the reason is because of the events, and the situation, and what you're going to hear is most of it is related to things that happened afterwards. And so that's one thing I'm going to ask you to separate. Your job is to figure out if Mr. Finnegan is guilty of something, what he's guilty of. And so you have to be able to separate out the fantastic nature of these facts, because we're going to be talking about stuff that maybe is not in most of our lives. I mean, it's not in mine personally, generally. So it's really hard to understand things from that particular lifestyle. But this is a lifestyle that all of these folks were involved in to some degree. Restaurants, late nights, drugs, alcohol, sex, kinky sex, weird sex. It was part of what they were doing. And so I guess I'm asking you to step back and think about it, even if you can't view it from the perspective of someone who does that, just realizing that they probably view the world a little bit differently than you do, and maybe they would make different decisions when faced with different issues than you would, or that I would, or anybody would that's not involved in that type of situation, okay? And so that's all I'm asking you to do with regards to perspective, because we all come in with different perspectives. And so when we have prosecutors, they look at things through a prosecutor's lens, right? And defense attorneys look at things through defense attorney's lens. It's probably not surprising to you that I see things a little bit differently than they do, or we wouldn't be here probably. Mr. Finnegan sees things a little bit differently than they do, or we wouldn't be here probably. We're going to talk a lot about Rebecca Dishman. They want you to understand this master-servant relationship, dominant, submissive relationship. And the age difference is a big deal, right? He's in his 50s, so she's in her early 20s. And I think that they're trying to present her as mentally handicapped somehow, which she pled guilty to murder, y'all. But they're trying to present her as some kind of mentally handicapped person because she's their witness now. And the story comes from her. Nobody else was there. Sean and Rebecca Dishman. And Sean's mother, who he was taking care of, who was in hospice care. So who can tell the story, right? She can. So all of the facts that you just heard, all of the stuff that happened to Jennifer Paxton is straight from Rebecca Dishman's mouth. And so all I'm really asking you to do is I'm asking you to do the same thing they're asking you to do, basically. And that's to just pay attention to the evidence. And you need to ask yourself, how does that apply to what happened, to the versions of what happened, okay? Because Rebecca Dishman also gave multiple versions of what happened. Mr. Finnegan gave a statement too, and I have to assume that you're probably going to hear it, that the state's going to play it. So I mean, you'll hear what he says happened too. And from my perspective, the physical evidence and all of the evidence, the timing is more consistent with his version of events than hers. Mr. Finnegan worked full time. He worked at a restaurant. He's a very simple, straightforward kind of dude. I guess he goes to work and he works long shifts. He doesn't get home till 3 or 4 in the morning. He supported himself, his mother, and Rebecca Dishman while she lived there, and a couple other people who he supported when they needed help and asked him for money or drugs or whatever. It's the lifestyle that they lived. He was giving people places to crash. So I'd like to present this in a different way. We have this age difference, and our natural reaction, it's my natural reaction, okay, to that when we see this age difference and they're poor, that the old man must be taking advantage of the young girl for favors or for whatever. If he were Leonardo DiCaprio, we would say that the 21-year-old is taking advantage of him for his money. Maybe, right? I mean, the point is the perspective. And you have to look at who's in control the whole entire time. For 9 months, that body's in that freezer. She's alone at that house most of the time. Most of the time. Not locked. I mean, I'm talking about Rebecca Dishman, the one who tells the story of what happened there. The one who told the story that the state bases their entire case upon. Her version of the events. Okay. She was the one who was there alone. With Jennifer Paxton, he was at work. He worked in the evenings. So for 9 months, a body in the freezer, or days supposedly chained to a bed, and all of these type of things, I mean, you better make them prove that stuff, because that comes out of her mouth, all of those events. And you also need to think about who was into this, who would want these type of things, who would benefit the most from this type of thing? Who would have some sort of motive to kill the prostitute that Mr. Finnegan brought home? You're going to hear that they had threesomes before. This wasn't the first time that someone had come home. You're going to see texts where she's saying, it's time, I want to have with a girl. It's time, I want to have it's time or whatever. This was stuff that they did, all right? So who had motive to kill? Mr. Finnegan goes to work and supports everybody and likes sex. And smokes pot, he's no burnout. Like a 6th grade education. Who's in control? She lets it slip to her neighbor, or she starts talking to her neighbor. Maybe she's getting ready to leave or something, I don't know. But she starts talking to a neighbor who's been hanging out with them for months. Stays over there, they're all friends, they hang out. But she's being abused all this time. That's what they want to say. She's being abused all this time. No reports, nobody. This friend's not going to try to get her out or help her in any of this kind of stuff. So finally, this one day, she lets it slip to a friend or starts talking to her about, well, he's just being abusive now and stuff. And maybe the friend's had enough of hearing it or something because she's not doing anything or she's not seeing any evidence of it, or I don't know what. We're probably going to hear from her. We can ask her. But that day, she tells her, and then what happened? It's just now she's got to go with something, doesn't she? She left the house. She's got her stuff. She's got a friend. And from the very beginning, she knew who would get blamed. It's his house. He's a 51-year-old man who's there taking care of his mother. She's a 21-year-old girl who basically gets whatever she wants to using sex. And who do you think is going to get blamed? Who do you think that she thought was going to get blamed? Who do you think he thought was going to get blamed? So I think at the end of the proof, you're going to find him guilty of some things. I mean, if they prove it, then you should, right? But there are two different things. He gave a statement to the police. She gave several statements to the police. She's going to get some more statements in here. But he also just gave another statement that she did not give. And that's when I stood up for him just a minute ago and I said, not guilty. For some reason, the state's given her a plea. She had lawyers too, right? She had lawyers too. And she had good lawyers. I don't think that they would if she was mentally incapacitated, I don't believe they would let her plead guilty to a first-degree murder. If they didn't think she was mentally culpable, I don't believe they would have let her plead guilty to a first-degree murder. And if she wasn't guilty, I don't believe she would have pled guilty to a first-degree murder. In fact, during the soliloquy of pleading guilty, well, most of the time the judge asks, are you pleading guilty because you actually are guilty? They have to say yes. Okay? He pled not guilty. And we're here. They were both charged with the same stuff. She was also facing the death penalty. So who's in control? She goes out, she reports that he's got a body. She tells totally different stuff. That she was being tortured for like a month, chained to the bed, all these different things, that he's ejaculating on the body and he's opening up the freezer and he's doing all these things. That's all from her. There's literally zero evidence that proves any of that stuff. That's from her. So when the state says you're going to hear, they're right. You're going to hear, and you're going to hear it from Rebecca Dishman. And that's it. That's it. There's no denying something horrible happened. Something horrible. There's a reason why there are cameras in the courtroom and the media's here, though. It's because this is this kind of thing that people podcast about. I've seen there's some podcasters in here. This kind of thing people write books about, right? Because it's fantastic. It's sensational. It's you've got a body in the freezer. I mean, it's got all the hallmarks of a movie, doesn't it? And so when you're trying to paint a picture of someone who would do this sort of thing, we've seen so many movies. I mean, I've seen so many movies. I've seen so many television shows. And what's the profile of someone who would do something? A middle-aged white dude, right? And he's sitting over here, a middle-aged white dude, and it fits the profile. It's real easy to point the finger. But you have to consider where the evidence comes in. We talked about garbage in, garbage out. If you base your decisions and you base your interpretation on evidence that comes from a terrible source, or which would be questionable whether or not it's evidence, right? Because it's just something that's being offered from a terrible source or an unworthy source or an unbelievable source. That if you're basing your opinion on information that's coming from a bad source, then the conclusion that you reach is necessarily bad. That's the concept, that's the idea. So you have to think about where this information is coming from. You have to make them do their job. I mean, that's your job. That's your job, is to make them do their job. Just because they think it's true doesn't make it true, okay? Just because they say it's true doesn't make it true. Just because they say the evidence to us looks this way doesn't mean that's the way it is. It means that's the way it looks to them. And it fits in with the scenario that was presented by Rebecca Dishman. But don't let them think that she's a victim here. That she's the victim, she's coming in here, he was pulling all the strings, she's this puppet, and she's trapped at the house, and she can't leave, and she wasn't. She was not trapped at the house. That's where she lived, because he housed her, and fed her, and provided her a phone, and probably glasses, and probably food, and probably every other thing, because she didn't have a job. She didn't work. I think you're going to hear her talk about she was trying to get disability. And we'll see if we'll talk about that, because she's going through the process. And that's also something that someone that has mental capacity issues probably wouldn't understand the process. It's not a simple process to get disability. I don't know if anybody's ever gone through that process or not. You're going to hear that she has some depression and she's got some learning disabilities. Well, learning disabilities do not equate to a lack of intelligence. I went to law school with someone that was toward the top of my class and she was dyslexic. It doesn't equate. So, depression. Half the lawyers and doctors and professionals I know have depression, have OCD, have ADHD. It doesn't equate to lack of intelligence, okay? So don't let them do that. Don't let them put her up here and pretend like she's a victim when she just pled guilty to all of these charges. Listen to what she says, see if it makes any sense, and then realize that from the beginning, she started telling the story. They bought the story. All the stuff starts to line up with the story she told because she knows all the details. She was there. She knows amazing details. She knows the details about this woman's body, where the cuts are, all her tattoos, that they're naming kids here. She knows all these things. Well, I think she's going to testify to all that stuff. But she knows amazing details. You know why? Because she spent all the time with her. She's the one who was doing all this stuff. She was the one who was interested in any of this kind of stuff. She's a cutter. She talks about cutting. She's got depression, where all the cuts on the body, everything relates back to Rebecca Dishman. She's the one that's at the house. Then she goes out and she blames the one person who they know, who she knows she can blame. And what's he supposed to do? He helps her. And when he goes to the police, when they come and get him, of course he's scared. Of course he denies it. But once he goes in there, he goes, I know why you came and got me. I helped her cover it up. That's the first thing. That's his first reaction. And if they play a statement, you'll see it, right? You'll see the way he reacts to the police officer. And he's really straightforward with them. And they're berating him. They're coming after him. They did not treat her like that. They treated her like a victim. And I think we'll hear that from the officers too, which is probably not wrong because she came in and made some accusations they had to follow up. I mean, they weren't acting wrongly by treating her like a victim because it sure seemed like she was a victim. And then the longer she talked and the more it changed and then the details started changing and then you can see the wheels turning in the officers because they're good. They know what they're doing. And they started their wheels turning and said, well, she's more involved, right? Because they eventually charged her with the same crimes. And now they need her to make their case, which should be problematic. Should be problematic. Because if they had enough evidence to prove what they're claiming against him without her, they wouldn't put her on the stand. Okay? So all I'm asking is to pay attention to the power, to actual dynamic, the actual power dynamic, okay? Servant and master, or whatever, servant and master, dominant, all that kind of stuff. We're going to see texts. She initiates most conversations. Hey, I'm thinking about you. It's all sexting and like, it's gross. We're going to go through it, okay? And almost always the conversation ends with, baby, I gotta go if I'm getting busy. I'm at work. And she's texting from her friend's phone, Mahogany, all this stuff. Who's gonna come in and say, I guess that she was abused. I don't know what she's gonna do. We'll see what she says, but I mean, you gotta look at all of it. You can't just take the narrative that's laid out there. It's too easy. It's too easy. And I told you, this is not easy. It's not supposed to be easy. You're supposed to be able to separate out the reality from the narrative, right? This isn't, y'all are not writing news articles. It's not a narrative where you have to tell this linear story. They do because their job is to tell the story. And it's a hard job. And they've got to come and they've got to try to do it. But it doesn't mean they can't. And your job is to make sure that either they can or they can't, but you got to make sure that they do. Because the more we allow the state, well, the lower we take the burden, we're just notching away at our individual rights. We're just notching away at them. We have to hold them to our burden. That's what defense attorneys do, right? We wake up every day and we try to defend the Constitution the best we can. That's ideally what we're doing. Because we have to defend people who are charged with crimes in order to do that, right? And so then we come in here and our job is to make them do their job because that makes them better. That makes the police better. That makes the attorneys better, the prosecutors better. It makes the system better. And the system is you. Y'all are what makes this work. And the way that you make this work is you hold them to their burden. You don't just take them on their word. And you don't just take their narrative as the truth because that's the way they see it, right? We're not on their team. We're all citizens of this state, and they represent the state of Tennessee. They represent me just like they represent you guys. They represent they prosecute for the state of Tennessee. But they're humans just like I am, and they see things a certain way. And if you're a prosecutor, things like a prosecutor. If you are a police officer, things like a police officer, because that's your experience. That's your life experience. I'm asking you guys to step out of whatever your life experience is, because you're going to be dealing with stuff that I think is probably not a part of your life experience. So don't jump to conclusions just because of the awe factor, because this is a shock and awe campaign. All right. They're going to show you disgusting things. Most of it happened after the fact. And what you're really here to determine is what happened before. What happened? How did she die? Who intended to kill her? Right? Who intended to kill her? Who intended to kidnap her? If there's a kidnapping, right? Who intended any of it? That's what you're here to determine. Because if you can't determine that, then he's not guilty, right? He's not guilty. He's presumed innocent. That he's presumed innocent. Beyond a reasonable doubt means that if there is a doubt, he gets the benefit of that doubt. Literally the benefit of the doubt. You've got to keep that in mind, because we're about to hear a bunch of crazy stuff. So please, just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. And every time that there's evidence here and there's scientific evidence or there's something that's being introduced, ask yourself, does this evidence support what she said? Or does it support more of what he said? Or does it support any of it, right? Does it support any of it enough to be beyond a reasonable doubt for anything? That's the first thing. But this is almost like a he said, she said situation to some degree when you're trying to determine what actually happened in there. Because I think that there's not going to be a lot of argument about some of the things that happened afterwards. There's definitely going to be argument about some of the other things, but he gave a statement and he admits to things, and you can take them for what they are, and you can determine whether or not it proves beyond a reasonable doubt, but we're leaving that up to you guys. He did not plead guilty to first-degree murder. He did not plead guilty to kidnapping. He did not plead guilty to aggravated kidnapping. He did not plead guilty to anything on here. So anything that you want to find him guilty of, you're going to have to find him guilty of. And you're going to have to find him guilty because they proved it. That's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you can do it. And that's all I'm asking. It's real straightforward. I'm not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm not going to tap dance up here, but my job is to poke holes in what they claim supports her story. And so that's what I'm going to try to do. And you need to pay attention to see if what they put in here actually supports their story. Because if there's questions on responsibility, if there's questions on culpability, if there's questions on who wanted this to happen, if there's questions on who needed this to happen, if there's questions on who had the motive to make this happen, those are serious questions when we're talking about putting somebody to death. Those are serious questions, guys. There's not a more important case that you could sit on as a juror. There's not. There's just not. First-degree murder is the top charge in this state. And every time there's a first-degree murder jury, I say the same thing. I try to. But you guys are doing the most important thing you could possibly do as a juror in the country. This is the top count anybody can face, and he's facing the top penalty anybody can face if he's convicted. Your job is to do your job. And I would never ask anybody to do more than their job. But you need to understand what your job is. And what your job is not to just observe and take it all in. Or your job is to literally sit there and critically judge every single thing that comes in. And it's a difficult thing because it's a difficult thing for me. I'm sitting there and I've been doing this a long time, and it's difficult to think about all the different facts. There's a lot of stuff to pay attention to. So the real simple question is, how does this prove what they're claiming happened? That's the question. Who's actually in control? The person that's testifying here who's still holding control basically over whether or not he lives or dies. Or the man sitting over there at the desk that says, I'm not guilty. At the end, I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of first-degree murder. I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of kidnapping. I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of these underlying crimes that could even lead you to a death penalty determination, because he's not guilty of this. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of those things.
Okay, I don't know why I didn't play the next thing. Oh, sorry.
200x?
What the heck is that? Oh my gosh. Why are there bums on my screen? That is so inappropriate. And why would this even be suggested after content like that? What the heck? Okay, give me a sec. It's not even an ad. It's a live stream.
Ladies back here, are these the victims? Family? Okay. So I got two? Okay.
We have additional victims family members here who are testifying and they're not present.
Good. Okay. So I appreciate y'all being here. You honor the memory of this lady by y'all being here. But here's the deal. They're going to be terrible pictures. Y'all don't need to be in here for this. I'm not going to order you not to be in here, but if it was my family member, I wouldn't be in here. So terrible pictures. So really think about not being in here when we do that. And the other thing too is it's really important. This is difficult. It's really important that we don't have any kind of outburst or crying or whatever as we go through this, because I don't want to do this again. And if the jury is influenced by y'all, then I'd have to do it again. And that means y'all would have to do it again. So we don't want to do that. So if you feel, and it's perfectly fine, if you feel something coming on, it's just better just get up and leave and then come back. But I do appreciate you being here. Like I said, I think that's a wonderful testament to your sister or whatever relationship. So y'all can do that for me?
Yeah.
Okay. And they say you've got some other family members too that may be witnesses. If you wouldn't mind sharing this discussion with them, that we talked about that'd be great.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we've had extensive conversations with everyone about when particular images will be shown and warning ahead of time on that, and warned everyone against outbursts. That it is much less distracting to step out of the room than it is to have anything go on.
And I'll try to tell them before we can work together on that. All of us can work when we get ready to show these pictures. We can give that notification that way they get out. Okay. All right. Very good. All right. We'll bring our jury in. Everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat. And who'll be the state's first witness?
Please, the state will call Matt Johnston, keeper of 911 records.
All right. Someone, want to get in? Is he here?
Yes, he's here, though. He's in a room outside the courtroom.
Okay. Where are we?
I don't know. They said he's coming to that door, but I don't know why.
Okay. So they tell me y'all are going to.
Before we carry on with this one, I just wanted to share something that I found yesterday that I actually did a test with the Sarah Boone coverage. Basically showing where the subjectivity / sensationalism comes in. And he just riled me up by saying, you're not news reporters. You're not supposed to be looking for a story. Well, news reporters are not supposed to be pushing a narrative or looking for a story either. You're supposed to be taking everything, removing that, and only leaving what is left of the facts. It is so contrasting as a journalist outside of the US to see news within the US and how different it is and how sensational it's allowed to be, because we simply would not be allowed to do that kind of thing. It's unconstitutional. It's like, especially during the pandemic, you could get jailed for fake news. Sensationalism can be fake news. It's wild.
Hoskins or whoever across the street for lunch. It's excellent. If you haven't been there.
Sorry, I forgot the main point. Let me just go back a couple of seconds so that I'm not interrupting the judge. The main point was that sensationalism actually has been found to trigger your fight, flight, or freeze. So it's putting you in that state, and it means that when you're watching that content, you're essentially watching it triggered. Or when you're engaging in that content, you're engaging in it triggered. And I mean, for the multiple reasons that you shouldn't be doing that to someone, one of the most important ones being that you should not be manipulating emotions to keep people there. It's not, that's sick. Like, you can't be manipulating people. That's wrong. Anyway, back to the trial.
Where are we?
I don't know. They said he's coming to that door, but I don't know why.
Okay.
Premium's also incredibly helpful to the
So
creator.
they tell me y'all are going to Hoskins or whoever across the street for lunch. It's excellent. If you haven't been there. They have really good milkshakes. I recommend those. They have my wife would like, they have a Hoskins salad. That's really pretty good too. So I'm not telling you what to get. You where you want to, but I think you'll enjoy it.
So Premium basically has like a pot.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. If you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both. And if you'll speak into that microphone so everybody can hear. All right? Go ahead, sir.
Matthew Johnston, MattheWJohnston.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions?
Could you tell us what agency you work for and how long you've worked there?
The Oak Ridge Police Department, just over 14 years.
And what are your responsibilities with the Oak Ridge Police Department?
I'm a police sergeant at the city of Oak Ridge. My daily responsibility is supervisor of emergency communication center.
And for jury purposes, layman terms, what does the communication center
The
include?
911 center.
Okay. And so as part of your responsibilities currently, you are supervising the 911 center?
Correct.
As part of that, does that include record keeping?
Yes.
Could you just describe for us record keeping process for 911?
As it relates, and I'm not a technology person, but we have the 911 recordings themselves. They record in the phone system, and we also have a redundant recorder. And then as we take information and input it into our CAD and records management system, that is stored electronically within the servers.
And is that CAD computer assisted dispatch?
Yeah, computer aided dispatch.
And are these records kept and recorded as part of the normal course of business?
They are.
As a supervisor, have you reviewed a recording from August 5th, 2019 that is attached to this case?
I did.
If I play a small snippet of that, would you be able to identify that that is the recording you've listened to?
I should.
911, where's your emergency? We're at 302 Florida Avenue.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the recording that you listened to
It is.
and identifying this? Did you make any deletions or additions to the recording?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Your Honor, please state request permission to play the recording at this point in its entirety.
Okay, go ahead.
I took my neighbor's girlfriend to go to a shelter. We're at 302 Florida Avenue. My wife took my neighbor's girlfriend to go to a shelter, and they told me to call the police and let you guys know that he has a dead body in his freezer in the upstairs.
So you're at 302. What neighbor are you talking about?
The one directly behind me.
Hang on a minute. Look at the map. Directly behind you on Florida?
Yeah, I'm on Florida, the East Fairview Road, I think.
So 320 or 322?
I have no idea what his address is. His name's Sean Finnegan.
Sagan?
Sean Finnegan, I think.
Finnegan, okay. Hang on just a second.
That's what they told me. She's been trying to leave. He beat on her and everything else. Well, my wife got a hold of some shelter. They're up in Claiborne County right now getting her settled there.
Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. So your wife is taking your neighbor to a shelter?
Yeah.
And your neighbor,
So the guy she was with.
Sean Finnegan, how did they have a body in the freezer?
Because Becca, I guess Becca she lives with him. They let me something down.
Alright, so what is what's the girl's name? Rebecca, you said?
Yeah.
The girlfriend?
Yeah. Exactly.
So telling your wife?
Yes, they're up at a police station in Claiborne County on Jefferson Street or something. Right now.
What's your name, sir?
Colt. Man, I told her not to get involved. That had nothing to fucking do with this shit.
And what's your last name, Colt?
Pico, P-E-K-O-C.
Alright, what's a good phone number for you, Colt?
865-387-1053.
Alright, I will take down the information.
Oh, he's back there done already telling me that we shouldn't have gotten fucking involved. He'll make my life miserable. Something about shooting me, da-da-da-da-da.
So is he making,
I ain't worried about his punk ass.
is he making threats towards you?
He has been since he came home. Because he come home, knocked on my door, and that's why my buddy took his girlfriend, which he didn't. He won't his car, my wife, so she could take her. She's been trying to leave for a month now and finally got everything in order for her to be able to have a place to go and everything. Okay, all right, I'll get off. So I don't want no more fucking blowback on me on this. All right, I'll get officers around, they can straighten it out. Yeah, they're gonna be able to search for a body? That's on them, I don't know what they can and can't do when they get there. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Cole.
As part of the 911 record keeping, we discussed the CAD, the computer aided dispatch. Do they do a report that gives the information of who was dispatching and timestamp?
We don't call it a report. We just call it a CAD sheet. It's got the pertinent information of what the public safety dispatcher at the time entered into that call.
May I approach?
Sure.
You can review that. Do you recognize that as the call detail from this event?
Yes.
Please, I've moved this into evidence of state's exhibit number 2.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 2.
May I publish it for the jury?
No, we'll pass them around later on.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Any other questions?
If she passes.
Sure.
No, Joe, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thanks, sir. You step down, free stand, corporal, free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Who's next?
We call Gail Payne, Gail 40 Payne.
Go raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat right there. If you'll tell me your first name and last name, spell them, and then I need you to speak up in the microphone. Okay? Go ahead.
Beverly, Beverly, Payne, Payne.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Questions?
And ma'am, you live here in Knoxville, you live in Knoxville,
Yes,
Knox County.
yes, sir.
And obviously you are related to an individual that's brought you here today, right?
Yes,
And that's a woman named Jennifer Paxton.
yes.
And tell the jury, if you would, how it is that you are related to Jennifer Paxton.
I am Jennifer Paxton's aunt.
Okay. And your sister was her mother.
Yes,
And what was her mother's name?
Patricia Dinwiddie.
Okay. And was Ms. Dinwiddie alive when Jennifer died?
Yes,
Is she alive now?
no,
So your sister and your niece are deceased?
yes.
Okay. Could you tell us, for the jury, your sister's, she had multiple children?
Yes,
Okay. And Jennifer was one of her children?
yes.
Do you know what year Jennifer was born?
84?
Okay. So she was about 36 years old when she died?
Yes,
Okay. And you know that Jennifer was raised in Knoxville?
yes,
Carnes High School, as a matter of fact?
yes.
Okay. But in the last several years, let's say let me back up a little bit before that. Jennifer had several children,
Yes,
7 as a matter of fact.
yes, sir.
But Jennifer struggled with some problems. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what it is that Jennifer struggled with.
Jennifer struggled with drugs and drinking.
Okay. And when did that begin in her life?
After she lost her children.
Okay. And so at some point in her life as a mother, she lost all 7 of her children
Yes,
to the Department of Children's Services
yes,
through her addiction.
yes.
Okay. But you said that she really turned to those after the kids were removed. About what year was that?
Oh, I don't recall.
What are the age range of her children?
Then or now?
Then, when she died?
I don't recall.
Okay. How old is Elena?
Alana.
Alana.
Would be about 12 years old.
Okay. And Skylar, the oldest? How old Skylar?
Skylar will be 21 or
Okay.
just turned 21.
So is that the age range of her children
Yes.
that she lost? Okay. Tell us what was in the time frame when she died. Of course, we're talking about right before COVID hit, right back in 2019. Let me turn your attention to that about her life. You'd already told the jury she had some addiction problems.
Yes.
What was she doing, or how was she living or caring for herself back in 2019, let's say before COVID hit?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Your relationship with her had turned south sometime before that, meaning your contact with her had ceased at some point in the years
Yes.
prior to that. Tell the members of the jury why.
I did not agree with Jennifer using drugs.
Okay. And what else was she doing to fuel or to pay for her drug habit?
I don't know for sure how she.
Okay. But you would be at times relieved to know things about Jennifer with regard to her drug habit that you've told us from the state, right? When was it that you'd be relieved to explain that to the jury?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
You told us with regard to Jennifer's freedom. Was she always out in public?
Yes.
Okay. And where was she living when she was out in public?
On the streets.
Okay. And where in particular would do you know what areas of town she would live in?
From Merchants Road, North Knoxville to South Knoxville.
Okay. And were those generally two types of areas she would stay at?
Yes.
Do you know if she got in trouble with the police from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. And how would that make you feel when that happened?
I'd be okay if she was in jail.
To explain that to the jury, why?
We knew that she was safe and off the streets if she was in jail.
And is that the stance that your family took?
Yes.
Who do you live with right now? Who do you live with right now?
My son, my grandchildren, my mom, and my husband.
And how old is your mother?
77.
And she goes by Mill?
Yeah.
Is that what Jennifer called her?
No.
Okay. What did Jennifer call her?
Mom.
Okay. Because she raised Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Jennifer did Jennifer know her father?
Yes.
Okay. She knew who he was?
Yes.
Did she have a relationship with him?
No.
Matter of fact, he's in prison.
Yes.
And with regard to Jennifer's habits, did she often appear at a certain particular time that you were aware of back in 2019? Did she have some particular custom or habit of appearance at your place?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury if you would.
Jennifer would always come to my house and get money from Mom.
Okay.
On the 3rd of every month.
Why would that particular habit, what was happening that caused her to do that on the 3rd of every month?
Because that's when Mom would get her Social Security.
And why would your mom give Jennifer money if she's using it for drugs?
I don't know that my mom knew that she was doing any drugs.
Okay. But Jennifer would appear and get money at least from your mother on that regular basis?
Yes.
Every month?
Yes.
And did there come a time when she stopped appearing, getting money from your mother?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you're aware of that she came and got money from your mother on the 3rd?
December.
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And so, moving into COVID, of course, COVID in 2020, did you ever see Jennifer after the times when she would come and get money from your mother?
No.
You said that Jennifer did have criminal problems. Would she be arrested from time to time? You'd be relieved in a sense. Do you know what she was being arrested for? The types of offenses? What she was doing?
No.
Did she ever work a job that you're aware of?
Jennifer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Cleaned houses?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Sure. Okay, thank you.
What exhibit number are we on, Judge?
This will be 3.
This will be number 3. Ms. Payne, what I'm going to hand you first is I'm going to mark exhibit 3 and hand you that, what's been marked for identification, exhibit 3, and ask you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Paxton.
Is that contemporaneous or around the last times that you saw her?
Yes.
In December of 2019?
Yes.
And that is, we've moved that in as exhibit number 3, live photo Jennifer Paxton, and asked to publish letter folder.
Go ahead and pass that to the jury, pass it through their deputy. If you'll take it up when they finish looking at it.
What I'm handing you now is being marked as exhibit number 4. And that is, if you could take a look at that, tell us exhibit number 4, what is that?
It's a map.
Okay, and what general area is that of?
North Knoxville.
The area that you were referring to about where Jennifer lived? Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And the red marker on that, you recognize the location of the red marker on that?
Yes.
And what is the red marker in the middle of that map?
The Pint House.
And what do you know the Pint House to be?
A bar.
Okay. And do you believe that you saw Jennifer at some point in 2019, the last that you saw her in that area sometime in 2019?
Yes.
Is that in late 2019?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury the circumstances of how you saw her and where you saw her.
I saw her coming or walking across the parking lot of Austin Steakhouse. I was coming out of the restaurant from eating, and when I saw her last.
Okay, if you could just mark an X and the location where you last saw Jennifer. Was she in a car, on foot, or describe that if you could.
Your Honor, you mind if I approach to see it? Sure.
Okay, and put an X wherever it is you're
Okay.
saying. Okay, and there's a black X. It's a small X. I'm gonna put a big X.
Okay.
It's hard to see. And that's basically in the roadway right near the Pint House.
Yes.
Did she look the same to you as she had in the past, or?
No, she looked thinner.
Okay. And with regard to that, was Jennifer welcome in your house?
Yes.
Okay. For what purpose?
To visit Mom.
Okay. Would Jennifer ask money from you?
No,
How come?
because she knew I wouldn't give it to her.
Okay. Based on the history that you've already described?
Yes.
Okay. We'd move that in as exhibit number 4.
Okay. Again, if you could pass that to the jury, please, that'd be good.
Were you aware that other family members were in contact with Jennifer?
Yes,
How would people actually communicate with her if you told the jury she was on the streets?
yes,
When you mean on the streets, you mean homeless,
yes,
living outside?
yes.
Okay, and how does a person that's living outside, how would she communicate with family other than arriving at your house to get money from her mom, your mother?
Just arriving at our homes.
Okay, so in terms of her ability to communicate over phones or things like that, did she ever have that kind of thing that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of.
And what other family members would be, when you said where she'd go personally, you said book 2 sides of town, the south side and merchant side. Who was it that lived on the south side?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay, and who lived near merchants?
I got that backwards.
Okay, yes. Who lived on the south side?
Me.
That's you. You live on the south side with your mother, right?
Yes.
Near Chapman Highway, Walgreens?
Yes.
And is that where she would live, near the Walgreens?
Yes.
Okay. And who would live over in the merchants area that she would have a place to go to if she was over in merchants if she needed to?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay. Is Beverly Jeffers here?
Yes.
She's seated here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, would she be assisted in things like laundry and things of that nature if she needed it?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you ever become aware whether or not she was selling herself to fuel her drug habit?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Were you made aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that now.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the last you saw your niece alive, it was within sight of the Pint House?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when your sister, your deceased sister, were you aware of when she made a report to the Knoxville Police Department reporting her daughter, your niece, missing? If she's aware of when the report happened, or if the report happened.
And so you're saying it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter?
If she was have personal knowledge.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have any personal knowledge of when your sister would have reported to the Knoxville Police Department that your niece was missing, Jennifer Paxton?
Yes.
Were you present when that happened? Okay.
Good morning. So at that time, I'm sorry, I know this is difficult. When you saw her, when's the last time you communicated with Jennifer before seeing her in that parking lot?
6 months before.
Okay, so there would be long periods of time between her coming to your house?
No.
No, it was every month?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said the last time that you saw her at the house was in December of 2019, so that would be December 3rd that she would have been there? I think he asked, well, I may be misspeaking, I apologize, but I feel like that I heard him ask you when's the last time she was there to get money, and I think you said it was December 2019.
Yes.
Okay, and so that would be the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so December 3rd, 2019. Okay. And did you all ever offer her a place to stay? Was she welcome to stay at your house if she wanted to?
No.
Okay, why is that?
Because she was on drugs.
Right, okay. And what would be the fear of her being on drugs at the house? What would cause you fear for that?
I had small children at the house.
Okay, and it wouldn't be a good influence at that point. That's understandable. And then you said that is it your sister that's Beverly Jeffers?
No, she's my cousin.
Your cousin, okay. But she lived close to Merchants.
Yes.
Do you know if she saw Jennifer more often or less often?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she had a close relationship with Jennifer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if she offered Jennifer a place to stay if she wanted to?
Yes.
And she would have offered. So Jennifer could have stayed there if she wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. So that would mean that she chose not to stay there, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all.
Thank you. Any redirect? No, you don't. No? We call no. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to stay in the court. We're free to go. Thank you. We call Brittany Payne.
I apologize to the court. We're going to get the kinks worked out here.
We'll be fine. While we're waiting, y'all step up for just for a minute. If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. So I need you to tell me your first and last name, spell them both. I need you to speak up in that microphone right there in front. Okay?
Brittany Payne, BrittaneyPayne.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
And Miss Payne, who's your mother?
Beverly Payne.
Is that the woman who just came in and testified before you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you have a first cousin named Jennifer Paxton?
Yes, sir.
Or had?
Yes.
And your relationship with Jennifer Paxton, if you just tell the jury briefly what your relationship was like growing up.
It was very interesting. It was fun. She was always whatever. She just made people laugh. Do whatever she could to make people happy.
But as far as your relationship with her personally, was it like cousins or was it
more like sisters?
Okay.
We pretty much grew up together. My grandmother pretty much raised her, which is why she called her mama. So.
And you both grew up here in Knoxville.
Yes.
And she was good friends with you.
Yes.
And did that remain constant throughout her life?
Yes.
Did things happen in her life though that caused her to go in terms of her relationship with you, strain that relationship?
No, we had a pretty decent relationship.
Okay. But there are things that happened in her life that caused her to lose her children.
Yes.
Did she change direction at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
I was still there for her at the time.
I understand that, but as far as what she was getting into, what was she doing after she lost her children?
She went down a wrong path in life, and she started using heroin. I guess she just wasn't there in her head anymore.
Okay. So her drug of choice was
Heroin.
and what would she do to get heroin?
She would usually bum money off of our grandmother, and or she would get money off me. She would also prostitute to get money.
Okay. And where was she living, if you know, in 2019?
In 2000, she was a little bit of here and there. She was homeless at the time. She was living in a tent in the woods.
Okay. Where were her homeless camps that she'd stay at?
Well, the only ones that I know of where I have met her at several times was off of Merchants, and then the Walgreens on Chapman Highway between Chapman and Moody, on the corner of Chapman and Moody, right there.
There's a Walgreens and there's woods behind there.
Yes, the woods behind there. It's a homeless camp, pretty much. And if you're not homeless, you can't go there.
Okay, but you would, in fact, go to homeless camps to meet her?
I would meet her outside of a homeless camp.
Okay.
She would never allow me to get out of the car I would hand her the money through the window.
Okay. In terms of handing her money, how would you arrange that if she needed money? How did you communicate with her?
Through Facebook.
Okay. And so how would she, if she's homeless, have Facebook?
There's plenty of places that you can free Wi-Fi, as in McDonald's and stuff like that.
Just using devices that are connected to Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Go to McDonald's there on Chapman, or any business on Chapman, pretty much, to
Yes.
get Wi-Fi.
Mhm.
And she would request money from you.
Yes, or food.
Would she request food?
Yes.
Okay. And what would happen when you bring her food instead of money?
She'd be thankful, but she would ask if I had a couple dollars to loan her.
Okay. And how often did you communicate with her in the late of 2019?
The last time I spoke to her was before Thanksgiving, and she had asked me for like $20 to get her something to eat for her and her boyfriend. And I had met her at the Walgreens on Chapman Highway, and I gave her the $20, and that was the last time that I had seen her.
Okay. And were you part of the effort to report her missing sometime
No,
later?
but I was the first person in our family to post on Facebook looking for her.
Okay. And do you recall when you posted that?
Maybe right around Christmas.
Okay. And because you hadn't heard from her in a while.
Correct. And we had searched, we got online, we searched police stations, hospitals. We was told that she was in a rehabilitation somewhere in Nashville, which I assume either she did go or it was a lie. I don't know.
That's Facebook stuff?
Yeah.
People saying stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. But she wasn't in Nashville, right?
No.
You now know that, right?
Yeah. Okay. And then there was a man that had contacted me, and he was telling me that she was, yeah.
With
Yeah.
regard to your personal knowledge,
Mhm.
did she have places where she could go to on Merchants?
Oh, yes.
Okay. With regard to people that would take her in
Mhm.
and give her a warm shower and let her do laundry, things like that?
Anytime she needed it.
Okay. And you as well?
Yes.
Then why was she living in the woods?
She didn't want help.
You refer to that as what? Homeless?
I say, I don't know, really. I just assume the drugs.
She preferred to be in the woods.
Yeah, she preferred it that way. Like, I've tried to get her to stay with me. I know family has tried to get her to stay with them. She just didn't want it.
Because of her addiction.
Yes, I would assume.
And you think in 2019, was that pretty much running everything she did?
Yeah.
That's
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
When you would meet her at the homeless camps, are those crowded places? How many people are at those homeless camps?
sometimes, but usually during the day when I would go meet her, that's when they're out and about doing things.
Okay, so you would go during the day, it's probably
Yes,
smart, right?
I got children. I'm not doing nothing crazy.
So when the last occasion, I think you mentioned that you took her $20 so she could get food for herself and her boyfriend. Do you know who the boyfriend was?
Sid.
Sid?
Okay. I believe he's passed away now.
Okay.
Did you ever meet him?
Well, I met him from a distance, not like introducing type of,
Gotcha.
you know.
Okay. And you were aware that she was prostituting?
Yes.
Okay.
She'd been doing it
So how long had she been doing that?
off and on for years.
Okay. Okay. And so and there had been a drug issue for years too.
Yeah.
Right. And I assume that was probably part of the reason why she lost her children.
I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay. But she would communicate through Facebook.
hmm
Did she have a phone that you knew of?
I don't know if it was her phone or if she was using a phone. I just know that anytime she needed it, she would contact me through Facebook, and it'd be on her profile.
Right.
But you can log into anybody's phone, so.
Right. You just don't know about the device.
Right.
But
I
she
don't
had
know if it was hers or someone else's.
But it was like a Facebook message, like a message, like instant messenger.
Basic message. Yeah.
Okay. And if you messaged her through Facebook instant message, she would receive those messages?
Yes.
Okay. So she had clear access to a device of some sort, right?
Last time I seen her, yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think that you said that she was welcome to stay with you anytime she wanted, right? I mean, y'all were close, and
Anybody in our family would have took her in.
right. But she chose not to.
Yeah.
And she chose to be homeless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
You will direct. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down, free send the call, free to go. Who's next?
Hi guys, I'm just gonna quickly stop sharing and share again, see if that helps. Give me 1 sec.
Basic message. Yeah.
Okay. And if you messaged her through Facebook instant message, she would receive those messages?
Yes.
Okay. So she had clear access to a device of some sort, right?
Last time I seen her, yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think that you said that she was welcome to stay with you anytime she wanted, right? I mean, y'all were close, and
Anybody in our family would have took her in.
right. But she chose not to.
Yeah.
And she chose to be homeless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
You will direct. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down, free send the call, free to go. Who's next?
Apparently State Hospital is talking.
Can you go this way? Is somebody gonna get her or? Okay. Judge, can we approach briefly? Please. Right here. You raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll tell me your first and last name, spell them both, and then if you'll speak up in that microphone, they'll help everybody hear.
My name is Phyllis Tonkin, PhyllisTonkin.
Officer Tonkin, what's your current occupation?
Police officer.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Just a little over 22 and a half years.
What current agency are you with?
Knoxville Police Department.
So that's the next county over Knox County, right? Not here in Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your current assignment with KPD?
Currently working in the office.
Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna have to do the thing I did last time. Does it sound normal when I speak? Because I can't check on Let me check this. One sec. There might be a little bit of like double me. Okay, you're going to have to bear with me. I'm going to have to do the thing I did last time. Okay, so I'm normal in relation to this, but they're squeaky. So give me one sec. Oh, this is annoying. This laptop has gone into super slow-mo on this one. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go out on this one, come back in, play it here. And then see if that works. I'm glad I sound fine at least. I need to let StreamYard know that this happens because it's really annoying. And I can't tell because I hear it through my earphones directly. So I don't hear what you hear, which is kind of a flaw in the whole setup. It shouldn't be that way. I should be hearing exactly what you hear. What is this piece doing? Okay. Let's see if this works.
Part of the reason why she lost her children.
I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay. But she would communicate through Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Did she have a phone that you knew of?
I don't know if it was her phone or if she was using a phone.
Okay.
I just know that anytime she needed it, she would contact me through Facebook, and it'd be on her profile.
Right.
But you can log into anybody's phone. So
Right. You just don't know about the device.
right,
But
I
she
don't
had
know
a-
if it was hers or someone else's.
But she could, it was like a Facebook message, like a message, like instant
Yeah,
messenger. kind of
basic message. Yeah.
Okay. And if you messaged her through Facebook instant message, she would receive those messages?
Yes.
Okay. So she had clear access to a device of some sort, right?
Last time I seen her, yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think that you said that she was welcome to stay with you anytime she wanted, right? I mean, y'all were
Yeah.
close, and
Anybody in our family would have took her in.
right. But she chose not to.
Yeah.
And she chose to be homeless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
You go, Greg. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Free to call me, free to go. Who's next?
Apparently State Hospital is talking.
Let me go this way. Is somebody gonna get her? Or she's okay. Judge, can we approach just briefly? please. Right here. You'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll tell me your first and last name, spell them both, and then if you'll speak up in that microphone, they'll help everybody hear.
My name is Phyllis Tonkin, PHYLLIS TONKIN.
Officer Tonkin, what's your current occupation?
Police officer.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Just a little over 22 and a half years.
What current agency are you with?
Knoxville Police Department.
So that's the next county over, Knox County, right? Not here in Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your current assignment with KPD?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards.
How long have you been doing that?
Just a little over a year.
What were you doing in 2019? Do you recall?
I worked for Knoxville Police Department. I was in their Special Crimes Unit.
As part of Special Crimes Unit, did you investigate missing persons?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you did with Special Crimes? Could you just give a brief description of what that means?
We also would investigate domestic violence, elder abuse, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse.
Was it in your work with Special Crimes and Missing Persons that you got called in to assist on an Anderson County case with Oak Ridge Police Department?
I did.
Could you tell us about how that came about, please?
Actually, a friend of mine received a call and asked if I was available, and that friend handed the phone over, and it was, I believe, I don't know if he was an investigator or an officer, Marvell with Oak Ridge, and had indicated they may have found a missing person that I had been investigating.
As part of that, did you get information about some descriptors? Could you tell us about how that came about, please?
Actually, a friend of mine received a call and asked if I was available, and that friend handed the phone over, and it was, I believe, I don't know if he was an investigator or an officer, Marvell with Oak Ridge, and had indicated they may have found a missing person that I had been investigating.
As part of that, did you get information about some descriptors of the missing person?
Yes, some tattoos, I believe is what it was.
Okay. As part of your investigation, skip ahead a little bit, do you take in the missing persons reports from individuals?
It goes through a process, but it ends up with me.
Okay. As part of that process and ending up with you, did you get information about a Jennifer Gail Paxton being reported missing?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe that was on February the 2nd of 2020 is when the report came in.
So when you get a report, can you tell us what process you go through in just investigating a sort of missing persons report?
Sure. One of the first things I would do is I would contact the individual that is the complainant. And at that point, I contacted Miss Dinwiddie, who is the mother of Jennifer Paxton. She had indicated that she was.
May we approach? Oh, sorry. We try to be efficient, make up for the time that it takes to go in between witnesses. I can't make up for that.
Now, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, if you could continue, please.
So I would have made contact with Miss Dinwiddie, who indicated that her daughter had been missing since she had last seen her November the 4th of 2019. At that point in time, I would go through different databases that we had access to at the police department to determine if anybody else had seen Miss Paxton with Miss Paxton from the time in which she was last seen by her mother until the time in which we received the report.
And in going through that history, did you find that she had had any contact with the Knoxville Police Department in that period of time?
She had initially she had contact with On November the 27th of 2019, there was an outstanding warrant where she was out at Knox County intake. She was released on December the 3rd of 2019. And then the Knoxville Police Department had contact with her on December 23rd of 2019 by an officer, Medina, who had answered a call for service at 5517 Wallwood Road, where there was an individual that was dancing around in circles and appeared to be on some type of or under the influence of something per the complainant.
Okay, right. If I could back up for just a little bit, that November intake date, are you aware of what that was for?
It was an outstanding warrant. That's all I recall.
Okay. And going through to December 23rd, you said the contact with Medina?
Medina.
Do you recall where that location was?
5517 Wallwood Road, I believe is the address.
May I approach, please? Going to withdraw what's been previously marked as exhibit number 4.
Thank you. Can you stand up and see what you're drawing?
I think you're just showing where Wallwood Road is.
Yes.
I know where it is.
Okay.
Do you recognize the area that's reflected on this map?
Yes.
Do you see where the Pint House is with a red marked dot?
Yes.
And do you see where Wallwood Road is in relation to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you mark with your initials where Wallwood Road is on this? And you've circled those initials?
Yes.
As well?
It's kind of hard to see.
Let me grab a darker pen for you. Try the, yes, let's do that with a Sharpie, please. Actually, let's do this with red, so there's previous mark with the black.
Okay. I'll just mark over my initials if that's okay.
This has previously been admitted to show the jury, but since you've all looked at it.
Thank you.
Once you gather all this information, what do you do next?
As far as an investigation?
As far as an investigation and any steps you take to try to locate an individual?
Normally, we would try and see if they have any type of phones where we might be able to track where if there was any last phone calls made, things of that nature. But there was very little information to go off of other than the time that she was incarcerated until the time that Officer Medina had made contact with her.
So this isn't anything where you had like pings on a phone to
No, we
find
did
somebody anyplace. Do you create a missing persons flyer?
Yes.
What kind of information is included on those?
The information on that would indicate the date and the time that the complaint came in, the date and time that the individual was last seen. It would also indicate usually a photograph of the person and some information such as her height, her date of birth, her weight, eye color, things of that nature.
May I approach?
Okay.
Do you recognize that form?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is, please?
Yes, this is a missing person flyer that would have been created for Miss Paxton.
And who should I contact in the event that she is identified or located?
They would contact myself.
This accurately reflects your report.
Yes.
I move this in as State's Exhibit number 5.
Okay, let me exhibit number 5. Officer, if you'll pass this to the jury, please. Thank you.
George, I've actually got that one queued up if you want that. I'll go and publish it on the screen.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, take it back then. They're gonna put it up there on the television screen for us. They're gonna put it up there on the screen for us. Thank you. And by doing that, we don't have to pass it around to you. That's the reason I suggested that to them. So, General, thanks for doing that.
Now I'll back up a little bit. You said you had received a call from somebody you believe was named Marvell, who was investigating a case in Oak Ridge, correct?
Correct.
And when given the information, did you then assist in helping identify the person that they had found?
Yes, I went to the scene and was there prior to the search warrant and things of that nature.
And is it your belief that the individual who was found was Jennifer Gail Paxton?
Yes.
Pass this witness, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You can take it down, please. Thank you. Investigator Tonkin, we know each other, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury how we know each other?
When you were in Knox County, we actually had trials together on child abuse cases.
Yep. On the same side then?
On the same side.
Right. So I just got a few questions for you, and it really has to do with the way these things work and the investigations. And so when you first got a report, it's from her mother.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Jennifer's mother.
Yes.
And Jennifer's mother says that she'd been missing since November 4th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you found that she had been arrested released December 3rd, 2019. So we know that she was in jail during some of that part of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then did you talk with her aunt or cousin? There was some testimony earlier that she came by her grandmother's house on December 3rd. Did you ever get that information?
I don't recall that information.
Okay. If she had gone by her grandmother's house on December 3rd and to get money or whatever, then that would indicate that possibly her mother had not spoken to her grandmother or aunt, because she would know that she'd been seen December 3rd,
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then y'all looked for phones and Facebooks. Did you look for Facebook at all for her?
I believe I did. It's been quite a while since.
Yes, it has.
Since this missing person came in.
But you didn't find that she had a device. You didn't find a phone or anything,
No, sir.
correct? As far as an account,
No.
right? Because that's really all you can search.
Correct.
But if she had a device, you wouldn't know. If she had a personal device on her, there's no way to know that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then did you speak with her cousin about Facebook communications at all?
To be honest with you, I don't really recall that.
Okay. Okay. And so we don't know when the last Facebook communication might have been. And okay. And it was February 2nd when the mother actually reported her missing,
Of
right? So that'd
2020.
be like 3 months after she last saw her. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Sure.
Investigator Tonkin, is this the first trial we've done together?
No.
Is this the first trial you've done with General Allen?
No.
In what capacity have we done cases?
When you both were in Knox County, we were all both on the same side.
What kind of cases was that?
Child abuse cases.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down, you're free to stay in the courtroom, free to go. Who's next?
May we approach?
I got it. I understand. So go ahead and go to lunch now.
That was going to be the inquiry, yes.
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna break for lunch. We'll start back promptly at 1 o'clock. Remember my instructions to you not to discuss the case between yourselves or anything like that. You can leave your notebook sitting there, and then we'll start back promptly at 1. Is that okay? Everybody good? If you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have a seat. When you sit down there, if you'll say your first and last name and spell them both. And it's really important that you speak loudly into that microphone there so everybody can hear you. Can you do that for me?
Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. Probably needs to be a little bit louder than that. Okay. So go tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Rebecca Dishman. REBECCADISHMAN.
Very good. And like I said, if you can keep speaking up, that will help. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, are you a little nervous today?
Yes.
Are you excited to testify?
Yes, I've waited for this moment for 4 years.
But still feeling a little nervous, a little adrenaline.
Yes.
I've talked to you before. If you need me to repeat a question, if you need anyone to repeat a question, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Can you tell us when you were born?
April 30th, 1998.
So how old are you today?
I'm 26.
Can you tell me about where you grew up?
I grew up in Maryville, Tennessee.
Who did you live with growing up?
I grew up with my parents.
And are they still with us?
No, they passed away when I was 18.
Do you remember what year that was?
2016.
So is that also about the year you finished high school?
I was a senior. I was in the process of graduating.
So who did you live with when your parents passed?
I lived with my fiance at the time.
How long did you stay there?
A couple years.
Did you ever get married to him?
No.
So what happened that you no longer lived there after 2 years?
My aunt and uncle, Bobby Brown and Carol Brown, took me in.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. But do you recall how long you lived there with, you said Bobby Brown and Carol Brown?
Maybe a year, not for sure.
So you stayed with them for about a year. Did you leave voluntarily?
They kind of just washed their hands of me. They got tired of me.
Do you know why that was?
Because I was with another fiance and had decided to move in with him, and they weren't happy.
How many fiancés have you had?
I've been engaged 5 times, but I've lived with the 3 of them.
Okay. So when you left Bobby and Carol Brown, you said you went and moved with another fiance, and they washed their hands of you.
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I believe it was a year or so.
And how did that turn out? Did you marry that person?
No.
Did you stay living with them?
No, they moved.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
I ended up staying with my best friend, Tabitha Sparks, and she ended up kicking me out as well.
So where to from there?
I moved back in with Crystal Mays, which is the mother of Austin, my first fiance.
And did you stay living there for a while?
Yes, until they kicked me back out.
Okay. So what was the next place?
Rick and Jenny Fry. I've known them since I was.
Could you say that again and speak up? I think the court reporter was having trouble hearing you.
Jenny Fry.
One more time.
Sorry. Rick and Jenny Fry.
Okay, thank you. And did you stay there for a significant amount of time?
Yes.
When did you leave that location?
I believe it was August, September of 2019.
And what happened that made you leave there?
I had met Sean on Facebook and decided to move in with him 2 weeks after meeting him. He convinced me.
What was that last part?
He convinced me to move in with him.
Okay. So you say you met him on Facebook and moved in with him about 2 weeks later. Am I hearing that correctly? Again, sorry,
Yes.
it is. Make sure you speak in the mic. Could you tell us about that interaction, about meeting him on Facebook and what happened in that 2-week period?
Our relationship was kind of fast, and within the 2 weeks, I decided to move in because the people that I was staying with, I felt like I was scared that they would end up kicking me out, and I was hoping that things would work out better.
So how did you feel about trying to move in with Sean?
At the beginning, I felt, comfort and safe.
Okay. Now you said that he had convinced you to move in. Could you tell us about that, please?
Like the first text that I recall is he was telling me that he wanted me to move in with him, that he wanted me to live with him and be his girl.
And did you like that idea?
Yes.
So after about 2 weeks, how did you get to his place to move in?
I had basically told Rick and Jenny that I was leaving. I packed my stuff, and he came to get me, and I moved in with him.
So what were things like when you moved in?
The first couple weeks were okay, and I went to go take a shower, and that was our first argument. He pushed me, and I ended up cutting my leg pretty bad, and that led to my first punishment.
Okay. Now, when you met him on Facebook, and of course when he came, was it he who came and picked you up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know how old he was?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation about how old he was?
He had told me that he was in his 40s at the time.
Okay. Did you know anything about his background or what he did for a living?
Not really. I just knew that he worked at the bar.
Okay. Did you know what bar it was he worked at?
The Pint House in Knoxville.
Okay. And when did he usually work?
Like mornings, I think. Like anywhere from 5 to 5 the next day.
So when you say mornings, like he would come home in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
So 5 to 5 the next day would be like 5 p.m.
to 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Okay. Now, who else lived at that house with you?
His mother at the time.
Did you notice anything about her physical condition or shape?
He had told me that she was on hospice and her health was bad.
Okay. Is that something that, having seen her, sounded accurate to you?
She had her good and bad days.
Okay. So when he was at work, who was there at the house when he had those overnights?
Myself and Francis.
Okay. Could you sort of describe what the house or this apartment? It was a quadplex, right? It kind of looks like a house, but there are multiple units. Is that right? Like multiple. You have neighbors who have one unit. You have a unit.
Yes.
Like an apartment. Can you describe just what the house looks like, the apartment you're in looked like?
There was 2 levels and a laundry room, and the apartments were separated by a driveway.
Okay. So what was in the downstairs level?
The kitchen, living room area, and upstairs was the bedroom area and bathroom area.
Okay, so did his mom have a bedroom there that was hers?
Yes.
And where did you stay?
I stayed with Sean in his bedroom.
In his bedroom. Okay, so there's 2 bedrooms.
Yes.
Bathroom also upstairs?
Just upstairs.
Okay. What was your relationship like with his mother?
I mean, we had our ups and downs. She had her good days and bad days. I didn't really have a good or bad relationship, somewhat neutral with her.
So during the day, you weren't hanging out with
No.
Miss Francis. Is that her name?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to any neighbors?
Yes, Mahogany Pick.
Okay. And where did Mahogany live in relation to where you stayed there with Mr. Finnegan?
She lived across from us in the other apartment complex.
So if you go out your front door, they live in front of you, or if you go out your back door, they live behind you?
The front door.
Okay. So what were you doing at the time? You said he was working at the Pine House. What did you do?
I stayed at home and I was a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere before you moved in with him?
Yes, but I lost my jobs.
Could you repeat that, please?
I lost my jobs.
Was that you lost your job?
Yes.
Okay. Where had you been working?
I worked for 2 years as a CNA at Kindred in Maryville. Five Guys, I was a cashier, and then at Huddle House, I was a waitress.
And you were let go from each of those jobs?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. So if I could draw your attention back to something you said a little while ago, you talked about the first time that you got in a fight with him, or
Yes.
I think you said he shoved you.
Yes.
Could you give us some more detail about when that was, what happened?
I had asked to borrow his phone to be on Facebook, and one of my exes texted, and it led to him getting angry and shoving me in the shower.
I'm gonna check. Can we approach?
All right. If you could continue telling us about that particular event.
About
we were talking about that event where it's kind of hard to hear you. I think you said you had messaged someone on Facebook, or they had messaged you.
Yes. My ex had messaged me and was texting explicit messages, and it led to him getting angry with me and shoving me in the shower, which I cut my leg and fell.
Is that the only time something like that happened?
No.
Tell us about the next time you recall.
Later, when I got out of the shower, he told me that, he wasn't happy with me, and there was consequences to that. Like, I had to have sex with him, and he tied my hands to the bed and scratched me down my back and made me bleed.
Now, how would you consider the dynamic of your relationship? Who's in charge?
Sean.
And you had said you did something that made him unhappy.
Yes.
And that there were consequences. He told you there were
Yes.
consequences. Was that a normal part of your relationship with Sean Finnegan?
I didn't know that it would come to that extent. Like, I knew it would be kinky sex, but I didn't think it would be violent as it was.
Okay, so to rephrase that, you knew there was going to be kinky sex.
Yes.
And you were consenting to that.
Yes.
You were okay with that.
Yes.
You were engaged with him and an active participant in that. Is that correct? And so you said you didn't expect it to get as violent as it did.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
He was a lot more aggressive than I thought he was gonna be. I wasn't expecting it to be as harsh as it was. The punishments and just the dynamic and power role, I guess you could say.
Okay, when you say you didn't expect it to be, as harsh or as aggressive, what kind of things would he do then as punishment?
Anywhere from putting me in a dog cage and urinating on me and climaxing, defecating on me, chaining me up with a dog chain, using box cutters on me, sodomizing me, using torch ladders on me, just very violent punishments.
And I understand this is probably hard to talk about. But when you say using these things on you, what do you mean he was using them for? What was he doing?
For his sexual gratification.
Okay. So you say he used chains on you.
Yes.
How specifically were they used on you?
It was wrapped around my neck with a padlock, and he made me walk on all fours and act like a dog.
Okay. And the same thing, he would put you in the dog cage?
Yes.
Okay. You said he used box cutter?
Yes.
How did he use
used
that?
it on my inner thighs and cut.
All right. So he would use a box cutter and cut on your inner thighs. And you also said something about a torch?
Yes.
What kind of torch?
No. Can't do that in here. Can't do that in here. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What kind of torch?
A torch lighter.
Like a torch lighter?
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe what that looks like? How is that different than like a cigarette lighter?
It's usually used for like lighting grills and other things like that.
And what would he do with that?
He made me perform oral sex on him, and he had his leg over my throat and was burning my shoulder at the time.
Okay. What was your name for him? If you referred to him as Sean, and did you refer to him as anything else?
At the time, I was his little girl, and I called him Daddy.
Okay. Did you love him?
Yes.
Do you still love him?
Yes.
Were these punishments he did and the things you described as harsh or aggressive, did those continue for your whole relationship?
Yes, and they continue to get worse.
If I could draw your attention back to like the winter, like around December of 2019, do you recall anyone else coming into the home?
Yes, Jennifer.
Could you tell us about what happened when Jennifer came in?
She came in and I was putting the bed up, and I was confused because I didn't know the woman, and Sean later came in and introduced us together. She made breakfast and asked to take a shower, and once she went to go take a shower, Sean asked me, "Do you want to kidnap her?" And
how did you react to that?
I knew that I had no say so really in the matter, that he controlled the house, and anything I said, even if it was a no, that it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Do you know how Miss Paxton got to the house?
No, I'm assuming that he just,
Don't assume. Did she arrive the same time Sean arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And this was a time he had gone to work and he came home?
Yes.
Okay. So she's there, makes breakfast, takes a shower, and he's talking to you while she's in the shower. Is that right? Or was it before or after she got out of the shower that he made that statement about kidnapping her?
when she was in the shower.
Okay, so what happened when she got out of the shower?
She ate breakfast and we were talking, and after she ate breakfast, he like walked her over towards the back door and was showing her a baseball bat. And then he started hitting her over the head. And I went into shock, and he yelled at me to go upstairs because his mother was coming down for her medication.
So when this started, where were you? When he's talking to her about the baseball bat?
I was in front of the fireplace in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And so you said they're closest to the back door?
Yes.
Right. And Miss Finnegan is getting her medicine?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was upstairs, but she was in the process of coming down.
Okay. So at that point, he instructs you to intercept?
Yes.
So what do you do then?
I went upstairs and I told her to stay in the room because I didn't want her to see what was going on.
And did she do that? Do what you asked her to do at that point?
She fussed at me and went back to bed.
And what did you do?
By the time I got downstairs, they were fighting. Jennifer had the fire grate over her to protect her, and there was blood on the floor.
When you say the fire grate, you said you were saying about fireplace earlier. There's the thing in front of the fire place, or like the thing that logs would be in?
The thing that is in front of the fire.
Like the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So you say she's got that, defending herself with it. Is she hitting him with it, or is she holding it over her?
She was just defending herself with it, holding it to her body and head.
Was that effective defense?
No.
So what happened is when you arrived and you see that going on, what's going on next?
I was in shock and I approached slowly, and he told me to go into the kitchen and get the cleaning supplies.
And what did you do when you got the cleaning supplies?
He told me to clean up the blood, and he was disgrading her. He ripped her pants down and was screaming at her and said,
You need to speak up some more, a little louder, okay? A little closer to the microphone.
he said, "Why don't you shave?" And she started crying, and he just spat on her and was really aggressive towards her.
So she's there on the ground, it sounds like at this point.
Yes.
He's ripping that off. And you have cleaning supplies.
Yes.
What's going on at that point?
I was in shock, and he told me to clean up the blood around her, and I did so. And at one point, he told me to get on one side, and he got on the other, and both of us went up the stairs with her and walked her to his bedroom.
So are you each propping her up at this point, or are you just like walking her and escorting her?
Escorting her.
Okay. So she's conscious.
Yes.
At this point still. So you walk up the stairs. What happens when you get up there?
He locks the door and lays her on the floor on my side of the bed, and he makes her perform oral sex on her. And I'm forced to watch.
Okay, could you repeat that? I think the court reporter was having a hard time hearing you.
He forced her to perform oral sex on him, and I was forced to watch.
And so forgive me for being very, overt with this. But you say he forced her to perform oral sex. Could you tell us where his penis is?
He put his penis in her mouth and ripped her clothes.
And she's in the floor next to the bed.
Yes.
Where are you?
I was crouched beside him.
And how long did that continue?
Until he got angry and pulled my shirt down and made me finish.
And what do you mean by he made you finish?
He wasn't satisfied with her, and he made me perform oral on him.
So is that in the same way that you just described that he had Miss Paxton perform oral on him? And so he pulled your shirt down and had you do that?
Yes.
And you said he finished?
Yes.
And what happened at the conclusion?
He went downstairs to clean up the blood and told me to watch her to make sure she didn't leave the room.
Did he make any other statements
No.
about that point before going down? Okay. So he went down to clean up the blood better.
Yes.
And then comes upstairs. You're in the room with her. What's going on while he's downstairs?
I'm thinking that he was cleaning up the blood.
Are you on the bed? Are you next to the bed?
I was standing next to the bed.
So about how long was he down there, if you recall?
No more than 5 minutes.
And what happens when he comes back up?
He grabs her and chains her to the side of his bed and tells me he has to leave for work and kisses me goodbye and leaves me there with her and tells me not to leave the house, to keep her there if anything happens, to take care of it. Like, keep her from yelling to hurt her.
Had she yelled out?
No.
Did she have any sort of vocal reaction in that first impact with the bat, or when she has the fire screen?
Yes, she was screaming.
Okay. So he leaves for work. She's chained to the bed. Where are the keys to the chain?
He took them to work with him.
And so he's at work all day and you're there.
Yes.
And she's still where?
Chained to the side of the bed.
Did you have any conversations with her in this period of time?
Yes, as I was feeding her and giving her drinks and letting her smoke, we talked a little bit.
Did you try to let her go?
At one point.
Tell us about that.
I took a knife, like a kitchen knife, and tried to pop the locks, and I cut the zip ties off, and it led to Sean getting angry with me.
Okay, so he's at work and you do this.
Yes.
When he comes home from work, where is everybody? Describe that scene for us.
Frances stayed in her room while all this was going on.
Okay. So he comes back. Are you in the living room or are you in the bedroom with her when he gets home from work?
I believe I was in the bedroom at the time.
Okay. So he walks in and he sees this scene.
Yes.
Tell us about that reaction.
He was angry. He was like, why the fuck did you cut her zip ties? She could have grabbed anything and stabbed you or hurt you. She could have got free.
Was that all that happened? Is that he yelled at you about it?
Yes.
And what did he do about her being chained there?
He told me not to do it again, and he put the zip ties back on her.
Was there any punishment for you at that point for undoing any of the fastenings or chains?
I believe he made me perform oral sex.
Okay. Were there anything else that he did sexually at any point to Miss Paxton?
He forced my adult toys inside of her and forced his fingers on her and forced me to watch. And also, at one point, she was on the floor and he was behind me and he forced me to climax over her.
So, in the course of this, you are actively participating in sexual activity with Miss Paxton too. Is that correct?
I couldn't climax until he forced me to climax.
But that does mean
Yes.
that you are participating. And when you say he forced you to climax, what do you mean by that?
He physically, aggressively rubbed me until I climaxed.
Okay, so he is touching you while you're over her.
Yes.
If we have the picture of that. And what did he do at your climax?
She was revolted by it and she said I was gonna throw up, and he slapped her across the face and I just shut down and left.
When you say you left, where did you go?
I went downstairs.
Okay. And when you say that he used adult toys and forced them inside her, again, we do have to be specific here. We can't assume what you mean by that. Where did he force those toys?
He used vibrator on her vaginally.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Not that I remember.
So you go downstairs. Does he follow you? What happens after that?
I just cooled off for a minute and then I came back upstairs.
Okay. And when you come back upstairs, where Sean Finnegan and Jennifer Paxton?
We went to sleep.
Okay. And when we're talking about you going to sleep, where is she?
In the floor, beside Sean.
Chained to the bed?
Yes.
And where are you?
On the left side of Sean.
Okay. And he is in the bed?
Yes.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm asking. Are the two of you are in the bed and she is in the floor, if I'm
Yes.
understanding what you said correctly? Did you ever have a key to those padlocks?
No.
So during the day, since you don't have a key, what do you do about Miss Paxton if she has to relieve herself or go to the bathroom?
There was a cigarette pill outside that I used for her to use the bathroom in. And she had to wear adult briefs.
Okay. So we can talk about a cigarette pill. Could you sort of tell us how big or small that was?
Big enough to hold maybe a gallon.
Well, if you could, was this like a big bucket, or was this flower pot size? If you could compare it to something.
Yeah, like a flower pot.
Okay. Did Miss Paxton ask to leave?
Yes.
What could you do about that?
I told her that I wish I could let her leave, but I didn't have any way of letting her go, and it really upset me.
Did she ever tell Mr. Finnegan she needed to leave or wanted to leave?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
He told her that as he was killing her, that she wasn't going anywhere, that she was going to die.
So when you say he said told her you're going to die,
Yes.
what did she do?
She started crying.
And what did he do?
He just kicked her and spat on her and was really aggressive.
Did he anytime follow through on telling her she had to die?
He did this as he was strangling her.
Okay. So if you could tell us about that specifically. She's been in the house. He has gone to work. He's come back from work. What happened in, let's say, the last portion of her life? Could you walk us through what was going on?
Yes. One day he came home from work and he had bags that had shower curtains, washcloths, bleach, gloves, and things of that nature. And I thought it was for, the house, but he was carrying it upstairs, and once he carried it upstairs, I knew that he was gonna kill her. He had me go with him and shower her in the shower, and as he was strangling her, I was cleaning up the blood that was left over in the shower. And at one point, he screamed at me to get in the bedroom, that I was taking too long. And I came in and he told me to lock the door. And as I walked in, he was straddled over her, strangling her with a shoestring, and told me to help him. And I just shut down and sat on the bed and just gave up, essentially.
How long did this go on?
For hours.
Could you describe for us specifically what was going on in the course, if you say this was hours?
He would start and stop, like take breaks in between, and he wouldn't allow me to leave the room to empty the ashtray or anything, and I just sat on the bed.
So was he smoking?
Yes.
In between while this is going on? Were you?
Yes.
Was she allowed to smoke in the course of this?
No.
Okay. So you try to take ashtray out. No, you've got to stay in here.
Yes.
He's choking her with shoestrings, stops, cigarette break.
Yes.
However long this goes on, what finally concluded this episode?
He went to empty the ashtray, and she was taking her last breath, and I got on my hands and knees and told her goodbye because I knew she was dying. And he came back inside and slapped me across the face and left for work because they were blowing his phone up because he was really late for work.
So when she finally passed, you said you knew she was going to, was Mr. Finnegan choking her at that point, or?
He was in the bathroom emptying the ashtray.
After he had choked her.
Yes.
And so they're blowing up his phone for work.
Yes.
What happens with her body laying there on the ground?
She takes her last breath and she just dies.
Okay. So she died, and he says, I'm going to go to work?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So what happens? He goes to work, and you're there.
Yes. From the time he left to the time he came home, I was on his side of the bed, checking her pulse, and just in a state of shock and fear.
Did she have a pulse?
No.
Did you call 911?
No.
Did you have a phone?
No.
At that point? So he comes home from work after he's worked his whole shift,
Yes.
presumably. So what happens when he arrives home that night or early the next morning?
Me and him clean up any blood and anything that's left over, and we brought her downstairs, and he put her in a freezer downstairs and blocked it from people getting in. Like, the door was faced towards the stairwell.
So is this the freezer that you had there in the kitchen?
No, this was a different freezer.
So this was a different freezer?
Yes.
When did that freezer show up at the house?
I don't know exact dates, but it was there before Jennifer died.
Long time before or short time before?
Shortly.
Okay. So it's there in the living room. You put her in.
Yes.
And he positions it so that the door is facing the wall.
Yes.
How long was it in that position?
I'm not for sure.
But did that change at some point?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
At one point, he was scared of someone going in the freezer, and we took her body out and carried the freezer upstairs, and then carried her body upstairs and put her in the closet.
So how did this freezer get power in the closet? Is there an outlet in there?
He ran an extension cord to an outlet.
Okay. So at this point, she's in the freezer. What is the state of her body? Is she wearing her clothes?
No.
What happened to her clothes?
I believe that they were in a bag, like, for tossing away.
For tossing away, is that what you said? Okay. And so before she's put in the freezer, could you walk us through again the process before putting her in the freezer the first time?
When we put her in the freezer, Sean was in front of her and I was behind her. And he forced her body to go inside of the freezer, and she made a noise, like snapping noise, and blood went on me, and it freaked me out.
So was she completely naked at that point? Did she have anything around her or anything else done to the body?
She had a shower curtain and garbage bags.
Okay. So she's in that same sort of wrapped up state when you move the freezer up to the bedroom closet.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else about him doing anything to the closet door?
He changed the locks.
Did the closet previously have a doorknob that locked?
No.
And so he changed it to a different
Yes.
doorknob? Okay. So Miss Paxton is in the freezer that is in the bedroom. Did you ever notice anything else that drew your attention to this situation? Did you ever walk in and see Sean? Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom doing something that made you think that's unusual?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was 1 or 2 times that I caught him masturbating to Jennifer.
Could you describe that scene for us?
The first time I was taking a shower and I came in to put my dirty clothes in the hamper and he was masturbating and he held out his hand and I was confused as to what it was until I looked over and he had cut off her nose and intimate areas.
And what did you do when you walked in and saw that?
It freaked me out. I ran downstairs and was almost outside of the door, but he yelled at me to get back inside.
So when you walk in and see it, could you go into more detail? Where is he in relation to the freezer?
He was standing in front of it.
He's standing in front of it.
Yes.
And so is the freezer open or closed?
Open.
Could you describe, could you see inside from where you were? Could you describe what you observed from that point?
He had the garbage bag ripped open from her head to her cleavage.
Okay. So you ran downstairs at that point, you said?
Yes.
And he yelled at you?
Yes.
What happened after that?
After I went upstairs, he closed the door and made me perform oral sex on him because it aroused him.
Could you repeat that last part?
Because it aroused him.
Because it aroused him, is that what you said? Sorry. Do need you to speak up, sorry. In the course of your relationship with him and while this has happened and you're living in this situation, did anything change?
It just kept getting worse.
When you say it kept getting worse, what do you mean?
The power control, punishments, consequences, all of that.
Did you try to tell anyone about this?
Yes.
Who did you tell?
I told Mahogany, Pia, and I told my cousin Paula and one of my exes at the time, but I didn't have any luck.
When you told one of your exes at the time, how did you go about doing that? You've already said you didn't have a phone, so what do you do?
I went to a neighbor's house and borrowed her phone to text him.
Okay.
And I said, I need help.
And did you ever hear back from that?
No.
Okay. So, how many times did you tell Mahogany about these kinds of things?
at least 2 or 3 times.
Okay. Could you tell us about what led up to your eventually telling people what had happened?
She was noticing the bruises on my eyes, and she knew that something wasn't right. Because she kept asking me, Rebecca, what's wrong? What is he really doing to you?
Okay. So at that point, did you decide to do something?
Not at first, but later on.
So walk us through that.
One day she came over and showed me that he had been to prison for...
Stop. Walk us through your decision with Mahogany that you eventually decided to seek shelter.
Sure. Motion, please,
Judge. The witness just testified that after he told her that he had been to prison, something to that effect. And obviously that's
after he told her.
He said that Sean told her that he had been to prison. And so I think it's what she
told her. So I thought this was in relation to a conversation she was having with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else told her that Sean had been to prison. That's right. That's right. Another person. I apologize, Judge. But
so objection hearsay.
It's an objection hearsay, but also.
She didn't make an objection.
Right. But I am making an objection now because I'm moving for a mistrial based on the fact that she brought up, whether it's a fact or not, it doesn't matter. She said that he's been to prison, and this entire case is about a power dynamic, and their whole case is about a power dynamic and who's in charge and who's in not. I can't unring that bell, and a curative instruction is not going to unring that bell. And so my position is that it's manifest necessity to stop this trial right now and start over again if we're going to do it. But right now, I can't come back from the fact that she said he's been to prison. I can't. And there's no way that you can mention it and say, well, that she didn't mean that. There's no way that you can say, I don't know how you cure it, Judge. And so I can't recover. So I think that it's manifest necessity because I cannot get an impartial verdict at this point in time.
I understand. State.
Your Honor, please. The state would oppose the defendant's motion. The witness's answer was not responsive to the question. And certainly we could avoid this with a little more latitude on leading when I try to get to different subjects. Nevertheless, it was intended to elicit conversations about getting the shelter and talking to someone at the shelter when she gave them that information and they had a room for her, is where we're going. So it was a non-responsive answer. It was very quick, and it was the kind that is hearsay. Somebody told me this, and we immediately pivoted to try to get back on track. So there's no other information on that other than what is, even in lay terms, hearsay. It's certainly not anything that is completely detrimental to the defense. The state has no intention of arguing that his prison history is what created this dynamic. We're talking about their BDSM and their sexual history that is creating this dynamic, and not at all his criminal record getting into that. There are a number of things, obviously, that Mr. Finnegan has in his past, and we have not proffered those or tried to do anything untoward to elicit that information. This simply isn't manifest necessity. It is an offhand statement in what is going to be hours and hours of testimony in this case in total. We do believe that the motion for the new trial should be, or mistrial should be denied. If Your Honor believes a curative instruction is appropriate, the state certainly doesn't object to that, and we would frankly move to strike her answer that was non-responsive to the state's question. On the other hand, if it is, there is the argument that it is better for the jury to just gloss over that and nobody ever mention it again, so as not to draw any attention to that. And then the state is okay with whichever way that the court wants to address this. But again, don't believe in the context of everything that this in any way requires a mistrial.
So in y'all's proof in regard to enhancers, let's say there's a conviction or aggravators, from what I looked at, you're not introducing prior record. Is that correct? Or you are introducing prior record?
Well, that of course the defense would, or the defendant would already be found
I know, I'm
guilty.
just asking.
And so there was a notice filed of, notice of enhancement for prior convictions.
And aren't those just are they drug convictions?
There's a drug and there's a firearm charge. There's not domestic violence, for example.
Okay.
Judge, can I just follow up one more?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
She's a state witness and has been for a year. They took a plea in September last year. I have to assume that that was put together before we got here because that was staged when we got here in September. We didn't know they were taking a plea till we got here. So we assumed that they had already spoken to her and they knew what they were doing before they got here. So it's a state witness that tells the story that is the main accuser against the defendant who, and their entire prosecution is based on a power struggle on what happened at those events. Credibility is everything. She just said he went to prison. I just don't know how, I don't know how I can come back from that, Judge.
Okay.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, if they're arguing credibility, they're arguing that's not true. Whatever she said on that.
I got it. I'm good. So I really don't much for mistrial based upon misconduct, and this would be misconduct by a witness. The trial judge must review the circumstances and must decide whether the misconduct has been prejudicial, thereby preventing a fair trial under the circumstances. And our courts have said, and it's the case of State v. Nash, 294 Southwest 3rd, 541, Tennessee, 2009. It says in determining whether to grant a mistrial, a trial court should consider following. One, whether the state elicited the testimony or whether it was unsolicited and unresponsive. It clearly was unsolicited and unresponsive. Whether the trial court offered and or gave a curative instruction. I think I can give such a curative instruction. And the relative strength or weakness of the state's case. All I've heard is just the state's case so far. So based on what I've heard so far, it seems to be strong, but I can't balance those. So based upon that, I'm going to deny your motion for a mistrial, and I'll give a curative instruction when the jury returns. So do y'all need another break, or y'all can I bring them in?
Okay.
Can I bring them in? Huh?
We can continue. Thank you.
Yes. Give me 2 minutes. And Ms. Dishman, I don't know how to say this any other way. You've got to talk louder. This lady can't hear you. I don't know who can hear you. Sit close to the microphone. This doesn't work unless people hear you. Okay? So speak up, please. Okay? All right. Y'all run the restroom. I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat, please. In trial proceedings, a lot of times we don't let in testimony. It's called hearsay. And hearsay is an out-of-court statement introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. That's lawyer talk. So basically what it means is you can't come up here and say so-and-so told me something and without that person being here to say it, because either side couldn't ask questions. Makes sense, right? And there's about 25 exceptions. So sometimes those exceptions come into play. So it's not a golden rule. But I tell you that because I'm going to give you an instruction that mentions the word hearsay, and I want you to understand what that means. Everybody got that? Very good. So when Ms. Dishman was testifying, she made reference to a third-party hearsay statement about the defendant having been to prison. This reference is inadmissible hearsay and cannot be considered by you for any purpose. This reference is stricken, and you shall put this statement out of your minds moving forward. Can everybody do that for me? You understand why? Okay, we're good? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, you continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you had talked with Mahogany about getting a shelter placement, is that correct? Could you tell us about your interactions with getting a shelter?
Mahogany and I had talked a little bit about it, but I was too afraid at the time to do anything.
Was there a particular event that made you feel that way, or was it just, as you described earlier, it kept getting worse?
It was the fear and with it being worse.
Had you told Mahogany at that point about Jennifer?
No,
Why not?
I knew that if I told her, she would have went to the cops and I would have been in a lot of trouble.
At some point, though, you told her, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
One day she came over while I was doing laundry and asked me if I wanted to leave. And at first I was hesitant, and she helped me call an abuse shelter. And I called them and told them what was going on with the house. I didn't mention the other case, like with Jennifer, but they told me I need to pack my stuff, and the lady never came. So I broke down and told Mahogany, and she called the cops, and I was led into questioning.
Now let's back up a little bit. So you're having a conversation with somebody at the shelter.
Yes.
Where are you when that conversation's taking place?
Campbell County.
When you're on the phone with them to get the shelter?
Yes.
How did you know to go to Campbell County?
Mahogany had the directions and everything.
So what did you do? You're at the house. Mahogany's got you a shelter. Walk us through.
She helped me call the abuse shelter and help me through it because I don't understand how to do things like that. I struggle with that.
So did you just walk over to her house and leave?
She helped me pack, and I got in her car and we left.
So you drive up, you said Campbell County?
Yes.
And you pull over where you're going to meet a person from the shelter?
Yes.
Is that correct? What happens when you arrive there?
We waited for an hour or so and the lady never showed. So I broke down and told Mahogany the truth about Jennifer. And she told me that I would need to talk to the cops and be questioning things.
So did you stay there in Campbell County at that point?
We were told to go to Oak Ridge.
And so how do you get to Oak Ridge?
Mahogany follows, and I was in the police car.
When did you get in the police car?
As we were in Campbell County.
Okay.
Talking.
So there in Campbell County, you get in a police car?
Yes.
Are you sure it wasn't in Anderson County when you got back with
It might
Mahogany?
have been like we got mixed up, and it was really confusing that day.
Had you ever been to Campbell County before?
No.
Okay. So you do get back from Campbell County?
Yes.
And you get in a cop car?
Yes.
To that. And where does the cop car take you?
To Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what happens when you arrive there?
I was brought in to questioning, and I told them everything I knew.
At that point, did you tell them that you participated in all
Yes.
these actions? Did you use the phrase, "we killed her"?
Yes.
Okay. Now there's something you've referenced earlier, that you would ask a neighbor to use a phone. Is that accurate? When you used a phone, whose did you use?
Kelsey, our neighbor at the time.
Okay. Any other neighbors' phones that you would use for texting, chatting, anything?
Mahogany's.
Okay. May I approach?
They send
The first thing I'm going to show you, and this should be something that you have seen before.
Yes.
This is something that you have reviewed. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Are those cell phone messages?
Yes.
Are these cell phone messages from Mahogany's phone?
Yes.
And you looked through these, and if you could look for us right now and tell me if you recognize text messages that you sent versus text messages that Mahogany sent. Do those look like your conversations with Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the document you've previously looked at?
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I would like to just have this marked for identification at this point.
We'll do identification 1.
Add that to you. Also, a report that you have seen
Yes.
from Mahogany's cell phone. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that indicative of, or that was from, excuse me, Sean Finnegan's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your relationship with Mr. Finnegan, did he ever take photographs of you?
Yes.
And in those photographs, were there ever sexually explicit things?
Yes. Many times.
Okay, I am, again with this, going to mark this for identification that these are pictures that you have seen from his phone that he took of you.
Yes.
That'll be identification 2.
And these are for identification multiple, the photos that are in this report. Do you recognize this one?
Yes.
Identification 3. Is this report you?
Yes.
Or this picture? Identification 4. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that identification 5? And this photo?
Yes.
Identification 6. This photo, is that you?
Yes.
Identification 7. Identification 8, is that you?
Yes.
You recognize that photo?
Yes.
And I believe this will be number 9. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is this you depicted in this photo?
Yes.
And this is the report that you've seen and identified as the source of those photos, identification 10. Now, I've shown you some photos. And you indicated that you recognize each of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In those photos, there's one where it looks like they're, well, I was going to do these identifications in line. If with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and admit these with Ms. Dishman.
Oh, identification.
The photos, not the report, but the actual photos that she identifies.
And that goes, let's see. 3 through 9, does that sound right?
3 through 9 will now become 6.
Let's just make it collective 6.
6.
Collective 6 is good. What is this picture?
That is Sean's Facebook profile picture.
Okay. I want to cue these up. Yeah, I'll leave the TV on. And I can pass these if it's quicker, but if you want to wait and have it queued up here, we can.
Let's give him a chance. If he get it right, it's accurate.
This
The first one that you passed up there.
the first one I passed was 3.
Okay, so it'll be 6, collective 6, number 3.
Like to 6, number 3.
Okay, we don't need to pass it. We've got it up on the screen. Give it back to her.
The next one I'm going to show you is collective 6, number 9, and collective 6, number 6. These are very similar photos. We'll do those back to back. Could you describe what is depicted in these photos?
Sean carved his initial on my lower back with a kitchen knife.
And then he took photos?
Yes.
Okay.
They're just having trouble connecting you up
Let's
to the
just,
internet.
let's just pass them. Okay, first one's first. Okay, pass that one first. Okay, next question.
The next one will be collective 6 for ID. You previously said you recognize that photo. Who is in that photo?
That is me.
And what is depicted in this photo?
I was laying down and he ejaculated on me.
This is collective 6, exhibit ID 5 for ID. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that photo?
He had me defecate and then took pictures.
Okay. And collective 8, collective 6, ID 8. You recognize that? Who's depicted in this picture?
Yes, that's me.
And what is this scene?
He defecated on me and took pictures.
Collective 6, ID 7. What is this picture?
It's me. And he used the bathroom on me and took pictures.
Let's wait for a moment till I get all the pictures back, please. Thank you. All right, next question.
Question probably on a lot of people's mind, Ms. Dishman, is why didn't you tell Mahogany about the murder or run to Dollar General near your house or anything?
At the time, I wasn't thinking rationally. Fear overtook everything.
If I could go back to when Miss Paxton was in the bedroom and you said that Mr. Finnegan was choking her.
Yes.
Could you describe specifically, is she face down, face up, on her side? How is she positioned when this is going on?
Face down.
And how is he positioned with her face down?
He was straddled over her.
Could you describe how it is that he's strangling her?
He was on his hands and knees, and he was using the shoestring on her neck.
You just gestured, so I'm going to describe that gesture for the court record. You had your hands and fists, and you pulled upward.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stab Jennifer Paxton?
No,
Did you choke her?
no,
Did you strangle her?
no,
Did you slice her?
no,
Did you hit her with a bat?
no.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break now, so it'll be about 20 minutes. Okay? Take have a seat, please. So, counsel, you want to put on some proof in regard to our 404B or ask her some questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the court's permission. So, Ms. Dishman, since you've been in jail, since this incident, it's been reported, so I'm asking for you to confirm it, okay?
Yes,
That there was an affair with a corrections officer.
yes,
Is that true?
that's true.
Okay. And that there were pictures that were taken on a phone or something like that with a
Yes.
corrections officer? Okay. And that at some point you reported that corrections officer for the affair?
Yes,
Okay. And also at some point you threatened some other women who may or may not have been involved in a similar kind of affair with that corrections officer. You threatened to kill them.
yes.
Okay. Judge, I think that's clear and convincing.
No, Your Honor, we never disputed, again, that the statement was made. Our issue is in conflating the issues of this trial. We have her saying something after the fact, but no physical confrontation with people, no hitting, no assaults took place, no actual killing or hurting any other person in the jail, but a threat to do so. On the other hand, we have Mr. Finnegan, who has said, I have fantasies about kidnapping someone and wants to. We feel like if we're going to make this go toward motive, he certainly has a motive too, and that evidence should come in. And without that, it is misleading to the jury to only give information of things that she has said and not give information about the things that he has said. Him expressing he wants to kidnap somebody and then kidnapping someone is certainly clear and convincing, more than probative, very relevant to this. To contrast that, her saying something to someone else in a completely different context after the fact in the survival mode that is jail is going to be confusing and misleading to the jury. In the event that you choose to let it in, we do believe that that opens the door to motive on the defendant's side. Because again, these are statements versus statements. Good for the goose, good for the gander in this context. It is not unfairly prejudicial. These are statements he made and then followed through on those statements directly. We have actual physical acts which confirmed his desire to perform those. He said, I'm going to do it, and then he did it. Versus, if you do this, I'll have this reaction, and then never did anything from it. These two aren't the same in terms of their probative value, and they are not the same, frankly, in terms of misleading the jury. It is terribly misleading to the jury to let in what's happened after the fact with Ms. Dishman. It is on point for the kidnapping statements from Mr. Finnegan.
Judge, I'd like to follow up. They're differently postured. She is someone who's pled guilty to a crime and is the state's witness. And I get to challenge her credibility, and I get to challenge her motives, especially since she's already pled guilty to it. And our entire defense is who made the acts. Besides the fact that the 404B they're trying to get in is through her.
Well, I want to rule on their 404B, but help me with this one. So tell me what you think material issue exists or the conduct conform with character, correct?
Okay, because she's claiming that he's abusive, and we're talking about this power dynamic. In the jail, she's having an affair so that she can get benefits inside the jail. It's a very similar situation as, say, living with someone and not having a job.
I have proof of benefits inside the jail. What I've got proof of is that she told somebody that if they didn't stop this relationship, she'd kill them. I think that's what she said.
Well, she did, but she also carried on this relationship for the purpose of benefits. And
how do I know that?
Well, I could ask her.
What?
If it's clear and convincing.
Ain't that? I guess besides that? For benefits, what else? What?
Then when some other people were involved, for instance, like when Jennifer Paxton showed up at their house, she threatened the other two women who were involved. She was in jail. She didn't have the same kind of freedom that she had in that house where she wasn't locked up or chained or held down in any possible way. Then she went and turned him in when it went south, the same way she did in the jail. Once it was found out and she wasn't getting her way and she threatened those people, she went and turned the guy in. And now he's being prosecuted. It's exactly the same scenario according to the defense. And so it's probative to me be able to challenge her credibility and who has the actual control and the power in the situation, Judge. I mean, that's the whole defense.
Well, I thought you had to show that it went, not that it conformed with the character traits, but that in fact it went with motive or intent or something like that.
It does.
Which one?
Motive and intent. It goes to show her motive, which is jealousy. So her motive in killing Miss Paxton was jealousy that he brought her home. And jealousy, she threatened two other women in the jail because they were with the person who she viewed as having a relationship with. And then she turned him in afterwards. Exactly. She left and went and told the people about the person that she was getting the benefit from and having the relationship with. It tracks, Judge. I mean, and it goes to motive and intent because she's proven that she has done it again. It's not just propensity evidence. It goes that she has the ability to do it. They've raised the issue of mental incapacity and all this other stuff, Judge. I'm trying to the jury before we ever got started. So, I mean, part of this is to show that she can do those things because she has done those things. And it's not just propensity. It's to show lack of accident, motive, intent.
Your Honor, please, this is the problem we have with this. In order to get that information in, you have to have the context. And what he's doing is rank speculation on what her motivation is with her relationship with this corrections officer. So what happens is we end up going either he's making assumptions and leaps which are not in evidence, or we have to put that information in evidence and litigate this whole separate pending case, which is inappropriate to do in this context. And he's conflating how it's the same thing. What is the same thing in this case is that when she's had a man in power exploit her and she's turned him in, that's been corroborated and her statements have been very accurate. What the issue is with her statement is different from this, but you can't lump all of that in again without litigating that separate case. And again, the context of this is that her statements were corroborated. His argument that she is getting benefit is unsubstantiated and again just requires full hearing on that.
She said she's saying her statements are corroborated. No, they're not. She came in here and testified about it, and and then later on there's a murder that's being prosecuted. That's not corroboration of her statements of some other kidnapping that he's talking about.
She said there was a body in the freezer. There's a body in the freezer. She said this guy has child porn on his phone. He has child porn on his phone.
I promise. I got it. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Keep sitting. Part of the 404B issue, the proof that I've gotten so far, and the requirement for the case law in Tennessee is, let me find it for you. The court must, upon request, hold the jury out here, outside the jury's front. I did that. The court must determine that a material issue exists other than conduct conformed with the character trait, and must, upon request, state on the record the material issue, the ruling, the reason for admitting the evidence. Defense counsel has said that the material issue, other than conduct conforming, is motive and intent. Those are the two things you told me. And then when you spoke about it, you said she got a benefit from this relationship she had in prison or in jail, like she got a benefit from Mr. Finnegan. And then you also said that your theory is that she's the one who killed this person out of jealousy, and this is shown because she was jealous in the jail. I think that's what you told me. So respectfully, I don't have clear and convincing evidence about the benefit or the jealousy. I do about she made the threat. So if you've got some additional questions you'd like to ask her about the benefit and the jealousy, I'll let you do that and try to convince me it's clear and convincing. But right now, I'm not there. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, just back about the jail affair, is that whenever you were, the officer, can you tell me how that happened? The officer would drop a phone off with you?
Yes.
Okay, and why did he drop the phone off with you?
To give him pictures and videos.
Okay. Did you gain any special privileges for doing this?
No.
You didn't? You didn't get extra time outside or any extra meals or anything like that?
No.
No? Did you get treated better by the corrections officer?
Not really.
No? You thought you had a relationship with him?
Yes.
But he treated you the same as every other correction officer?
Yes.
You had a relationship with him, you gave him sexual pictures, right?
Yes.
And you threatened someone to kill them because they were also flirting with him, right?
Yes,
But he was only treating you like every other corrections officer. Is that right?
I said that, but I didn't mean it actually, like, that I was going to fully intend to.
You're talking about killing them, right?
Right.
Yeah, so let's talk about the relationship though. You said you didn't receive any special treatment and you didn't.
Asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's go to the jealousy.
So when you threatened those girls,
Yes.
it was because of jealousy, right?
I was upset.
You were upset because you were jealous, right?
A little.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
A little.
A little. A little means you were jealous, right? I mean, you were jealous enough to threaten people, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a question after about that.
What did you do physically to them after making that statement, I'll kill you if you do this? What did you do?
I wept.
You wept?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Did you push anyone?
No.
Shove them?
No.
Shank them?
No.
Cut them?
No.
Punch them?
No.
You wept?
Yes.
So I guess help me understand this. So you tell these girls, how many did you tell? 2 or 3, or how many did you tell?
I have problems with one.
1, okay. And you tell her, I'm going to kill you if you do what?
If she talked to him.
I didn't hear you.
She talked to him.
Tell me again.
If she talked to him.
If she talked to him. And so you thought she was going to interfere with your relationship with him by talking to him?
Yes.
You did.
Judge, can I ask one more question?
I think it's pretty good for you right now, but if you want to go.
I'll leave.
Judge. I'll just give it a minute.
What? Yeah, give me just a minute. Wow. You to ask about this, just in regard to the jealousy part, not the benefit. But if I do, I immediately have to give a limiting instruction. So I'm looking at the limiting instruction. I have to give immediately after that.
So what I need to stay away from is benefit.
There's no proof of benefit.
Right. Just making sure. Thank you.
I just want to leave this instruction. I'll be right back.
Okay, so that is where we are going to pause because it is 5 to 9 here, and I have got a premiere coming up at, I want to say 10 p.m. Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay. I also feel like I didn't have all the stuff from both morning and afternoon, but I did add it. Anyway, I'll double check that. I feel like we need to watch some Fleischer just to like Who's for the day? That was a lot. That was heavy content. So, before I do that, I should probably read some of the comments. I'm not going to pull a lot of these up though, just in case. I don't think he can be held entirely responsible for her contribution, but I still maintain my earlier theory that he saw a vulnerability in her and he used that if he did what he is accused of doing. I don't really see what the point is of her testifying falsely, because she's already in prison. Like, it is as bad as it gets, right? Or would she potentially get death penalty as well? Okay, closed captions.
Do you have any arraignments?
I got 2 Spanish speakers and 1 English speaker. I have Luis here.
Hi, Luis. You ready?
Page 3.
Okay.
Bastian.
Hey, hi, Rand. What's new, man?
Which is good. Now put your purse right here.
Are you Miss Castillon Perez? Ma'am, you're charged with tampering with a government record. This is an interesting one. Let me see. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questions and interviews with the state of Texas. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be appointed to represent you, ma'am. Okay, good morning, Morgan.
Good morning. On August 6th, 2024, officers on patrol in Harris County, Texas, observed a vehicle with the Texas temporary tag. The officer ran the temporary tag through the TCIC and CIC system. Officer conducted a traffic stop, and upon contact with the defendant, she advised them that she obtained the plate from an unknown person on Facebook and placed it on her vehicle. The tag itself appeared fictitious in that the applied security features were not present. Fictitious plate had the vehicle's information, such as the year, as well as the correct VIN number. However, it had a no return in the RTS database. Officers,
She said she got it where? On Facebook? Is that what-
officers concluded that the defendant purchased the fictitious registration and plate off of Facebook and placed it onto the vehicle.
Okay, Ms. Castillon Perez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Tell me, are you a United States citizen? Okay, do you have a Texas driver license? Can you run your license, Logan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have liability insurance in your name? You are not allowed to do this anymore. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to drive any vehicle that's not legally registered. If you're caught driving or you pick up a new case, I will revoke your bond. I will put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. I don't know if your immigration status is true or not, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter. If you're not in this country with permission and you go to jail and immigration finds you, they will put a detainer on you. You will be stuck in custody until all of these cases are over with, and then you will be headed to immigration. Do you understand?
Your license is eligible, Your Honor.
Okay. We are going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm not putting any conditions on her. So we'll just have her sign a reset and then she'll be on her way. Please, ma'am. We will give you time. You need to hire a lawyer. It would probably behoove you to find one that also does immigration as well, because this can have immigration implications on you. We will give you 30 days, and when you come back, please have a lawyer. Who's your lawyer, man? Does she have a lawyer, please?
I'm not sure who it is. Remember that attorney that comes in here, they have an office out of Austin and all that? That's the folder she has, and I can't remember the gentleman's name.
Okay, I don't have any documents that have been filed. Do you see something, Melissa? It's top of page 3. That's the on. Good morning.
This is the Mission firm. MATIAN, Mission.
Okay.
I don't see anything signed on either.
They have not filed any documents to represent you. So you need to let them know that they need to file documents to the effect that they're going to represent you. You want to have her just wait a bit, Ramona?
I'm sorry, Judge?
You want to have her just wait a bit? Perhaps they'll show up.
The next one is Mr. Ruiz. Ruiz on 17, I think you got it.
Okay.
Ruiz. I'm sorry, Rivas, excuse me. You know, I had an R and I know it's on 17.
Are you Luis Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Rivas, you're charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and/or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questions and interviews with the state of Texas. If you cannot afford a lawyer, a lawyer will be appointed to represent you, sir.
In this case, on, excuse me, July 7th, 2024, defendant got home late from work and complainant's wife and defendant had a verbal argument to which defendant told the complainant to shut up and leave him alone. When complainant did it, defendant pushed her, causing her to fall and land against the bed frame, then onto the floor, striking her forehead twice, which caused pain. Witness, who's their child, broke up the fight between the defendant and the complainant. After having heard loud arguing and complainant tell the witness that she was just struck in the head by the defendant with a belt. Officers observed complainant to have red bruise on her forehead from being assaulted by the leather belt. Officers observed the complainant to be nervous and worrying about the defendant going to jail because he was a sole provider.
Mr. Rivas, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Are you a United States citizen? Are you in this country with or without permission?
Without permission.
What happens if you go to jail?
¿Qué le pasa si va a la cárcel? I don't know.
Think.
Yes, sir.
Are you in this country with or without permission? What happens if you go to jail? Right.
Yes.
You know how long you'll sit in jail to wait for that to happen?
Yeah, para que eso suceda en la cárcel.
6 to 9 months. You wait first until this case is over with, and then you will get shipped off to immigration. That'll take a couple weeks, and then you will sit in immigration detention for the next 6 to 9 months, waiting for them to do whatever they're going to do. They're so backed up, you get in line and you just wait your turn. That's what you have waiting for you if you go to jail. Mr. Rivas, I will protect every single person of this county, of this state, country. If I find that you violate any of these conditions, I will put you in jail. And if you're unlucky enough, you're going to be there for an extremely long time. Do you understand?
Yes.
You are not to have any contact with the complaining witness in this case. And I will issue a protective order ensuring that she's a protected individual, that you cannot commit family violence or an assault against this person. You are not allowed to threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You cannot be in possession of a weapon or go within 200 feet of where she lives or where she works. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you violate the protective order, the state can and will file an additional case against you, which is a violation of a protective order. And I'm telling you, that's one of the worst cases you can pick up. You violate conditions on those and I can hold you in jail, zero bond, where you don't get out. At this point, we're going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. I will have you go to Ramona, sign a reset. After that, I'm gonna have you take your seat in the jury box while I get your bond conditions ready. We will have you sign it and then you will be on your way. You are walking on extremely thin ice. If that ice breaks, your butt's gonna freeze. Do you understand? Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I see that he has a lawyer, so you're gonna just do a regular reset and we'll have him wait for Edna. That's right. Yeah. Yes. Is that it?
No, I got one more, Machino Santos on page 13.
Okay.
Machino Santos.
Mancheno Santos.
Good morning.
Mr. Mancheno Santos, you're charged with possession of a controlled substance. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you can afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
On August 7th, officers initiated a traffic stop in Harris County, Texas. After observing a vehicle found in a stop at a designated stopping point at a traffic light. While speaking with the male passenger, the defendant, officer detected an odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. Officer conducted a frisk of the defendant and felt a hard bottle-like object inside of his pants. Defendant allowed officer to retrieve the item. Upon retrieving the small bottle, it was found to be labeled Pharmagram, which is a generic form of Xanax. Defendant also had a small clear plastic baggie containing green leafy substance, which officer recognized to be marijuana. The Xanax was found to weigh 0.7 grams and the marijuana was found to weigh 2.7 grams.
Did you say he was pulled over? What did you say?
He was a passenger, the driver was pulled over.
And he consented to the search?
He was frisked and then he consented to the object being taken out of his pants.
I'm 22. Can I say something?
Do not.
I
No.
just,
The only thing I want to know is what you're doing in life at this point.
I'm doing life. I just got a new job, and my daughter just started school, so I'm setting better goals for myself.
Sure. Sorry, what?
So I just started a new job. And my daughter just started school, so I'm starting to set new goals for myself. I'm starting to look at life different. My daughter just started school on Monday.
I believe that.
Yeah.
So, since 2021, possession of a controlled substance. In 22, aggravated assault of a family member, ×2. Again, possession of a controlled substance, this time a second-degree felony, 3 months ago, you picked up an evading arrest with me, and I had to revoke your bond at least on 3 different occasions because of one reason or the other. And now you've picked up a possession of a controlled substance, another one. Yeah, I believe you that life's going around. I'm sending you for a drug test right now. I want to know what, if anything, is in your system. I will appoint your lawyer. You must come back. If you fail to come back, I'm going to make your bond so high, your head will be spinning 50 miles an hour. Do you understand? All right. Can you reach out to the MAC for Mr. Mancheno, please? And then I want to send him for a drug test and we'll have him come right back. Oh. Say something behind.
No, Judge.
Okay.
That was the last of the arraignments.
Any THAs?
No THAs today. Counselors, if you want me to approach the judge, you can go ahead and line up and give the coordinator one moment. All right, thanks. Yes.
Hey, yes. Yeah, that way. She doesn't. No, but that way she does that. Yeah. So we're saying. At that point, I think we're just, we'll need to first try and look at it, and then once we do, we can't look at it. We're trying to look at it, if we cannot locate it, we'll go forward without it. Yes, sir. Keep going. That way.
Take care, Judge.
And that's it.
Well, yes, Monday, we're leaving Friday to take Hayden to Belmont for her sophomore year. So I realized I was setting on Monday. So instead of being here, which actually would be preferable, I'll be carrying furniture up and down 7 floors.
It moves awful.
It is.
It's a good, you know.
I know, my wife is, all of a sudden she's going, do you think there's a way we could get someone to drive her car there? And I'm like, yeah, we could load the full back, someone drive it there. And then she goes, and I said, if you get me the address of her storage unit in the dorm, I'll see if I can find a mover. It can't be that much. So anyway, we'll see.
If not, there will be a senior citizen lugging the furniture up.
Good exercise.
It is. And you know me, I'm always a fan of activity. All right, I'll see you later, Judge.
Bye,
Take care.
You too. Marcos, hey, ready?
It's an off docket case. We just got hired on it.
Okay.
He was here on Monday. I've got a cause number 252-2982. Eber Salvador. So apparently he was given a curfew in a GPS device.
Okay.
From 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I guess he has to be home from 7 p. to 7 a. He tells me he's a busboy at Bombshells in Stafford, and he lives in Webster. And at least 2 times a week, he works a double shift.
You tell me he lives in Stafford and he drives all the way to Webster? Are you kidding?
He lives in Webster. He drives the Stafford
Okay,
Bombshells.
the same thing. I mean, that's insanity.
He's worked for the corporation for 5 years now, so that's just kind of.
Well, I mean, right. I mean, who am I to say where, right? But tell me about, why do we do that, Logan?
It is a
There's a reason
DWI.
why.
He was going 121 in a 65 mile per hour zone. I believe that's probably why.
He's going 121 miles an hour and
at 2 a.m, Judge.
Yeah.
So that
makes me feel, that's.
I understand. He has no priors and he already has.
And 21 miles an hour. I mean, if anything he hits, he demolishes.
If he's not allowed to work, Judge.
I didn't say he can work. I just don't want him out in the middle of the night. What do you want, Marcos?
Well, let me explain his work hours. If he works a double shift, they open at 9 a.m. until 2 a.m. So he'll work the double shift. He'll work 9 a.m. and then they close at 2 and he has to clean up. He's a busboy.
I'm not letting him out at that time in the, I don't want him out in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, Marcos, not with that kind of facts, you know. I will relent a little bit, but not in the middle of the night. You know, it's just with that kind of facts and.
Okay.
What do we put on? Did we put anything on it?
No, that was it. I believe it was just a GPS, obviously the no driving. And I'm not sure if there was a.
Yes, he just has the no driving GPS.
He scares me, you know?
I understand. He's got no priors though, Judge. He's never been in trouble before. He's 23 years old. I haven't looked at the videos, haven't looked at the facts. I know that's the allegation. I know he's trying to work, and he does work full time. He's been gainfully employed for the last 5 years.
If you want, I will give you to 10, but I'm not going past that. I'm sorry, not at 121 miles an hour. It's ludicrous and it's sick to go that kind. And then at 2 a.m, and then he's working at Bombshells. It's, you know, the likelihood of him. You know how the industry is. Everybody drinks right after work. They all get lit, you know, and it says Bombshells, which is known for that kind of stuff. You know, I mean, how many people have died after just because of Bombshells in and of itself? So I'll give you till 10, but he's got to be home by then.
A scram or something. I don't know. I'm trying to.
I don't want him out in the middle of the night. No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So even if his normal shift starts at 4 p.m.
There are I'm not letting him out in the middle of the night. I'm sorry.
Okay. So when would be the
10 is the latest. He's got to be home by 10.
So curfew 10 p to I guess 7 a.
Or if you want a little bit earlier, like 6 a.m, so he can go to work earlier. I'm okay with that. I just don't want him out in the middle of the night.
Okay. Because it happened and
he's going 121 at 2 a.m. All we need next is that you tell me that he goes down the wrong way down the highway, you know? Just, I'm sorry if it puts a little bit of strain on his work life, but I mean, he has to understand there are consequences, and I'm not going to let him run loose just because it hinders his ability just a little bit to work. No, they should be able to work around him one way or the other, but I don't want him in, I don't trust him. Not at this moment.
Okay, I understand. All right, I'll let him know. And then, does he need to come to court to sign those modified bond conditions, or can he go to 49?
I'll waive it.
Waive his appearance, okay, perfect.
Just let him know that
6A.
we're in business and don't muck up.
Okay, I'll call him right now. I just talked to him, I'll call him right now. Okay, thank you, Judge, appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I have De Jesus?
De Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask to approach, because we need a reset. The state wants to, we applied for the PTI and we submitted mitigation package, but the issue is, for restitution. And, the state have not been able to get in touch with the complaining witness, so.
190 days, if you've not been able to get in contact with the complaining witness, it's just not gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Judge, we haven't exhausted our resources, so I'll just have to.
A week, right? That's it.
I told them if we exhausted it, we can't find it.
Yeah, I mean, after a week, then we move on without it.
I understand.
Okay. Has your client done a TRS yet?
No, Your Honor.
Is he here now?
Yes, she's here.
You want to send it to get it done now?
Yes.
Since they're here, we can send them now. That way, at least that part's done. And then next week, when we come back, when they still haven't gotten a hold of her, then we'll give you the, you've already submitted everything, right?
But we submitted the mitigation package and, I think the only thing that's holding that was the issue of restitution.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So let's send the person now for TRAS and then we'll set you off a week. Let's see if they can get it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So you're sending it to the investigator, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I called twice this morning and then we've reached out a couple times. It's personalized voice message.
Doesn't worth money. Really, it just doesn't make sense. Unless they really don't want to be found for one reason or Oh, that's right, but you need to the clerk's office doesn't want you in the camera. But I know, but I don't want you to get in trouble and I know, but never, look, the clerk's office doesn't want you guys in the camera. So just, you're out of the way, okay? Well.
Yes, sir. Morning. Very Johnny Cash today. Mr. Patel, back on docket today.
Is he in custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
How is Mr. Patel?
Not spoken to him yet, but he's probably not great.
Good.
I know.
That makes me happy. Good.
Oh, it makes me happy.
Not in a barbaric or in a obtuse sense, but in the sense where we need him to know we mean business, right? And he still is of the opinion that he just can do whatever he wants to do. Did you get the file for Mr. Patel? It's just too soon? Okay. When do you think? They always, every time we take him into custody, they always repopulate the next day. So that's why he's here now.
Well, we reset from Monday to Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, we wanted to come back and address bond and talk about everything else. But we did discuss things. So we do have some insight.
Okay.
So he's thinking for a change, and then as a.
It didn't work.
They let you know enrollment SOP because of the continued marijuana case. He did provide the probation officer a prescription for the marijuana, but the motion was filed mainly because.
Where is everybody getting these prescriptions for marijuana? Where's everybody getting these prescriptions?
They are legit. I've seen a couple. They are legitimate.
Apparently leafydoc.com provides Texas online medical cards.
What is it?
Leafydoc.
Leafy.com. And under what parameters do you get one? I got a headache? I've got a headache.
I know when they first started, it was PTSD for veterans, but I don't know after that.
It looks like it's a telehealth thing, like how you can go to Ozempic over the thing without checking your weight.
Ozempic. Man, everybody's taking Ozempic, huh?
And they basically like, I mean, sorry to interject.
No, come on.
They basically, yeah, they just do telehealth, but I mean, it's in the code, like it's legit. It's in the code, and there's a bunch of criteria for what qualifies, what doesn't qualify. But I know that like, just read like Rick Perry's a big advocate for us.
Yeah.
Veterans health and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, sorry to interject.
But still, the legislature's completely against it. And, Abbott's made it known that not over his.
Well, they started it. They started it with veterans, and then it kind of just expanded.
I must emphasize, I get all the calls, like, it's a lawyer, I get all the calls from the family. Is this legal? Because I'm like, say no more.
Yeah. Just, I know it's weird, but it's new, but it's legit.
We still, as a condition of probation, are saying don't use. That's it. I don't care what card you have from where.
He let me know he was trying to get this and was saying, if I do get it, could we ask judge to take that off my conditions of probation? And I was like, I don't know. I'll certainly ask, but let's get the card first, and this whole thing happens. So it's kind of null and void. But just to give the court some insight, I had a long talk with him before we came in the other day. And apparently Mr. Patel was prescribed Xanax through a doctor for several years, and he became addicted to it. And so he took himself off it cold turkey. It's like, I can't do this. It's not good for me. That's when he started using marijuana, right? And that's been an issue with him. And he had the Xanax with him that I think it was like a off-brand or generic kind of thing. So he's just self-medicating. I think he has a benzo addiction that he's trying to figure out at his age, which is awful. So I was going to ask if we could T-Raz him, try to get some help.
You read my mind.
And I already set it for tomorrow.
Great. Good job, Story. You're amazing. I think that's what we need to do. Let's get on PRAS. Let's see what they assess, and I'm going to read the report. So hopefully he's honest. If he's not honest, please let him know. I'm going to send him right back to do another one. And this time it might be a week away. So let him know when they go interview, please be honest. And depending on what they say, we can do.
Well, I believe he had Xanax in his wallet. He was taking it.
I don't know anything about that.
Did you hear about that? Yeah, he had Xanax here. We took it. They're not going to charge him with it, I don't think. They have it. I mean, they have it in evidence, but I don't know if they're going to charge.
I was like, report not know about that, but
Stephen went back there. Stephen went back there, tried to scare him.
As to the issue of bond, I think he currently has two $10,000 bonds set on these. I was going to ask to have those reduced today. It sounds like we have a T-RAS scheduled in custody.
I'm not doing anything until we do the TRAS. Based on what the TRAS says, we'll talk and see, because it's only to tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's get it done tomorrow. Let's see what they say. We'll try to expedite the report, so hopefully we can get the report within the next day as well.
Okay.
So we're not waiting too long. Hey, Gary.
We can probably reset it on Friday. That's probably too soon. Friday?
No, you think we can get the report back by Friday, Shadori?
Okay. All right, that's great.
Please let him know, be honest, because if he says that he doesn't have a drug or alcohol problem, I'm going to send him right back to do.
Okay. All right.
So we know, he knows, you know. So if that report says that he told us he doesn't have a drug or alcohol problem, then.
Yeah. That was my big mouth. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Will.
No, I'm expecting help, right?
I know, and I want to, but not too soon. All the ducks have to be in a row, and then when we know we have a path for him to follow, that's when we take the baby steps for him to do.
Thank you.
Sure. The new case?
This is a new case, but this is not a, not an arraignment. Just trying to see if she's-
What's the cause number?
Cause number is 24-07-916.
Yeah, do you mind having that come up?
Yes. It's been off docket, second appearance.
1 week. They're sending it to investigator to get the restitution amount because they can't get a hold of it. We're sending her for a TRAS now. We're coming back next week just to see what the restitution is. You can waive her appearance for next week. And then come back next week. If they don't have the restitution amount, we move forward without that. And then we just, at that point, probably set it off 2 weeks for you guys to get the interlock and the TRAS and the DA fee and stuff. Good morning, Ms. Garza. Tell me what's going on with you.
So I was under the impression that it would be a little less expensive to hire an attorney, but I only get 2,000 about a month, and I don't believe I'll be able to afford one, and I wanted.
Have you spoken to any lawyers?
Yes, sir.
How many have you spoken to?
About 3 to 4.
Okay,
They all offered me about the same price, and I'm not confident that I'll be able to make those payments with my bills and rent already being very high with what.
how old are you? Where do you live?
I live in Humboldt, Texas with relatives.
So who do you live with exactly?
My cousin and her wife and my daughter.
Okay, so they're older, I would imagine.
One is 28 and the other is about 29 to 30.
Do you guys live in an apartment or a house?
A home, we split the payment 3 ways.
How much are you paying a month?
With the bills included or without the bills?
Everything.
About, I would say 1,200, 11 to 1,200.
You guys living in a mansion?
No.
4,000, it's that you're paying for nearly $4,000 a month for a house?
The mortgage, no, well, the mortgage is 800 per person, so it is 2,400. Apart from that, my light bill was about 130 this month. So we also have the water and gas, and all of the bills add up to about, 1,100.
What do you do for a living?
I was an events coordinator, but now I am a cider, at the same job at Bishop Cider.
At where?
At Bishop Cider.
Well, do you have the case pulled up?
Yes, yes, sir, I do.
Looks like we have her on an FSGI from 2022.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, it looks like that may have been a 2B where she may or may have not known about, well, she knew it's an FSGI, so, you know that.
Yeah, well, it was a 2B. She didn't stay on scene. So
The way that we actually got her is she picked up a DWI with a child.
Correct, Judge.
What happened in that case?
It was discharged. I don't see, let me see the case notes.
Why?
Man.
I'm sure, Judge, because honestly, looks fine. But let me see, the PC looks fine, but let me read through the no PC.
So it looks like there is PC because I'm seeing here that they found no PC for some reason.
I do see that they find see next page for bail order. They'll give a reason here. On the no PC from the judge.
Magistrate or?
Magistrate, yes, sir. Courtney Julian. So, magistrate. I don't see any notes. I'll email the prosecutor on it, but I do see it's since a grand jury, so that were indicative of anything. Probably gonna get indicted.
Let's see what conditions we put on.
Do we have here?
Yeah, I'm looking to see what conditions, if any, we put on her. Ma'am, do you have a Texas driver license?
Yes, sir.
Do you have liability insurance? I'll appoint your lawyer, ma'am. If you just want to go ahead, take a seat for me in the box, we'll have you talk to here someone shortly. Okay, I already have an application on file.
So I can give Ramona the
Yeah.
case number. Real quick. I'll give you just
Gary, how, to what do we owe the honor?
Well, he had Jim that was in the house. But yeah, I just wanted to come back.
Oh, thanks. What's new with you?
His name is Quentin Martin. He's in the hospital, but it's nothing serious. So I just kind of want to come by and just let y'all know that I got behind on the theater. They don't have a projected.
I have someone else you may be able to help us with. I don't know. It's a kid. He's about 24. He's basically living in the house, like one of those, I guess, shelter homes. And I don't know what kind of reach you have, but he keeps testing positive, back and forth, and back and forth, and can't get an ID. Because he can't get an ID, he can't get work. Because he can't work, he can't get money. So what he does is he has just nothing to do all day. So he just goes right back out to the, you know. And we're at the point now where I want to put him in some kind of facility because he can't do it on his own. We've tried over and over. Do we have some kind of inpatient? Can I give you a name and a cause number? Yeah. Let me. Yeah, take your time. I have it set for next Monday, but let me give this to you.
One place I know that actually works. That's all they deal with is young men between 18 and 25.
We need YMAC for him, but because he has issues, mental issues, YMAC won't take it.
This place will take.
Wonderful.
Yeah, this place will take. I just need to reach out to them. The only issue that I have with it, I'm not for sure, you know,
it's not.
See, that's the problem. We might run into that issue right there.
Why? Why?
Because this place,
They want money?
yeah, they're really good. They're really good. They're really good. But let me see what.
Well, maybe we can try to get him some.
Let me see what I can do.
I think they're maybe, I don't know if they're really, let me find out if Stephen, do you mind doing me a favor? On Mr. Bonilla back there, can you mind asking him if he gets disability?
Unfortunately, we're still in process of this.
Oh, really?
Medical process.
Medical?
Yes, because everybody that comes in the
Okay.
jail has to see medical.
Nothing happened.
No.
Okay.
So I tell you, so he just got arrested.
I put him in custody because he tested positive for fentanyl.
So this is what I do then. I'm heading to my meeting there. And I just stand from right there.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Because we might be able to do some mistakes in West Street. And I'll make sure we get an evaluation.
Please.
How long you been for judge?
Noon. 12:15 at the max.
I'll get back. If I don't, I'll get back.
Tomorrow, yeah. Hi, Carl.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for helping us out.
Judge, this is Norman McHale, and we're here with the interpreter. McHale's the last name.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. McHale.
Good morning, Your Honor. خليكي جنبي هنا عشان بس.
Ma'am, you were charged with theft.
انتي في اتهام موجه ضدك بالسرقة.
You were facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine.
6 شهور في السجن و$2000 غرامة.
You guys have worked out an agreement where they're offering you a 6-month deferred. It is a type of probation that if you successfully complete, you will not end up with a conviction on your record.
انتي هيكون طبعا الاتهام.
For you to successfully complete this, you must do an anti-theft class.
وتاخدي.
You must also perform 15 hours of community service.
15 ساعة في الخدمة الاجتماعية حضرتيها. هشرحها لك بعدين.
You understand?
هل تفهمي هذا الأمر؟
I didn't explain to her about community service judge.
I will, look, I'll make, Carl, I'll make you a deal. We can have her do some kind of English learning classes in lieu of the community service.
هي ممكن تكون خدمة
That way she learns how to speak English and write. It's up to her.
هو بيكون الأمر متروك ليكي، بيبقى في 15 ساعة خدمة اجتماعية بتقدم في أي مكان، ممكن في كنيسة، في أي مؤسسة خيرية، حاجة كده ما تخافيش منها يعني. فهمتي؟
You can either go pick up trash on the side of the road.
لكن خدمات اجتماعية مجتمعية زي مثلا جامعة
You can learn how to read and write English.
كتيرة يعني، في حاجات كتيرة الخدمة الاجتماعية، فالأمر ده 15 ساعة بتخلصيها وده جزء من الاتفاق.
I will tell you, ma'am, from now on,
هقول لك من الآن
you will be facing a minimum of 30 days
أنت عندك
if you pick up any new cases. So I would be very careful.
خليكي حريصة جدا.
This also can impact any immigration issues that you may have. If you are not a United States citizen and if you apply, I will tell you that a first theft conviction, most times they will give you a pass. If you have multiple thefts for immigration purposes, it's a killer.
بالنسبة للهجرة أمر قاتل.
You give up a lot of rights by entering this agreement, ma'am. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You can also give up the right to appeal. So once you accept this agreement, you can never change this or undo this.
هذا الأمر لن يتغير بعد.
If you
إذا لم
do not live up to the terms of this agreement, for example, if you do not do your anti-theft class within time, if you pick up another new case, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. I will put you in jail. The only thing that we're going to talk about when I bring you out is whether you violated this probation. And if you do, you're looking at 180 days in jail. Do you understand the consequence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where is this from, Carl?
Macy's.
Okay, I would also like no contact with Macy's for 6 months, please.
I've already explained that to the judge.
Okay, so it's a 6-month deferred
6 شهور حكم مؤجل.
anti-theft class,
درس فيه اللي هي عدد
15 hours of community service.
12 ساعة خدمة.
But that will be waived if she takes, classes. Okay?
The 15 hours.
And no contact with Macy's.
15 hours community service or take English classes, one of the two. If you don't want to do the 15 hours, then you take English classes.
لو انت مش عايزة تعملي ال 15 ساعة ممكن تاخدي دورة تدريبية في اللغة الإنجليزية.
Okay.
تمام؟
This is part of the agreement. You must do this.
يعني تاخدي حاجة منهم.
You understand?
فاهمة؟
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions?
عندك أي أسئلة تانية؟ خلاص ما
You
هو
don't
قال
have to do community service as
بيقول
long
لك
as
مش
you take
لازم
English
لو
classes.
خدتي درس دورة تدريبية في الإنجليزية مش محتاجة تاخدي اللي هي الخدمة الاجتماعية 15 ساعة. تمام؟
I want you to learn English. That's it.
على الأقل بيقول لك
I'm willing to waive the community service if you take classes to learn.
خدتي
That's
درس
it.
في 15 ساعة. خلاص؟ ماشي؟ Yes.
Do you have any more questions?
عندك أي أسئلة تانية؟
Now is the time to ask if you have any questions.
دلوقتي لو عندك أي سؤال وجهي للقاضي، ما عندكيش خلاص.
Look, you can also, later on, if you have more questions, you can ask Carl and you can also hold it later.
وهو بيشرح.
Shakira is our probation officer. She's great. She will also help you out with any kind of questions you have.
برضه ست ممتازة وممكن تساعدك في أي شيء وترد.
How do you plead to the offense of theft, ma'am? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I will not find you guilty, ma'am. I will
هو
withhold it.
هيصدر
All you have to do are a couple things and you'll be done with this. Just, I hope that you remember this so that
انك
it
تتذكري.
doesn't happen again.
تمام. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Carl. Carl, was it Arabic? Was that the language? Big difference. She was terrified. She was terrified. That's why initially I was wondering why you guys didn't offer it, but no, yeah, can't. Yeah, I get it.
I think he's here to
Approach the bench.
Hey,
Morning, Judge.
hey, good morning.
I just want to say good morning to you.
Morning. Is that it? Done?
Yes.
Nice.
The case, so we fine.
Great. Yeah, easy money.
That's for sure.
You too. Hey, Mr. DeLuca, what's new, man? Great to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, I only have one case here today. Eldon Fernandez. DWI first.
Okay.
His appearance was 0.09. He is PTI eligible. At least explore that route and possibly take it. The reason I'm approaching today is he's been on bond now for, I guess,
76 days.
2.5 months. He's been compliant and drug and alcohol test calling every single day. He's kept a record of it. He's had no violations. Would you consider waiving it?
Has he taken any tests?
Never called him.
That's the problem.
Personally, I don't think he does drugs. I don't. He's a pretty quiet. I don't know if you remember, we talked about this. He's an Indian man with a Portuguese last name. Apparently, there's a Portuguese population in India, but he's a pretty quiet fellow. The DWI is fairly unremarkable. It's a 0.09, no accident.
You had to do no driving, so
he doesn't drive. He doesn't drive. The reason that you said no driving was because he doesn't have a Texas driver's license. He has an Indian driver's license. He's working to get a Texas driver's license, but first he has to get a social security number. He said to get that. So he's working on it, but right now he doesn't have it.
I'll make you a deal. Between now and the next reset, I'm gonna have him random. Okay, if he passes, I'll take him off. Okay, so on Fernandez, between now and 30 days, I'd like him called in to take a test. Okay, but don't tell him when, just call him on a specific day. Just make sure, because it's been 76 days, he's never done anything. And then, Matt, if he passes, then I'll take him off.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hayes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What's going on?
Yes, Your Honor. I have two cases on your docket this morning. Waters, he's in custody, Your Honor. This case was rolled over from last week because he has two felonies. He was picked up. He was on deferred for the two felonies, And then those cases have been reset to August 16th now. I spoke with the state this morning and we are missing the loss prevention report in the older case.
You said Waters, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 42.
Ronald Waters.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to cut at this point, and I need to take these out because I actually can't hear what's happening in the court. I've got I've got Judge Conlon on another screen, and all I can hear is him talking to a lawyer, so I can't like break the two apart. I'm gonna say goodnight because I want to crack on with some of the stuff. I will see you tomorrow. Oh, sorry, any hiccup there. I don't know what time though. It'll have to be another one of those TBC situations. Thank you for hanging out, and I appreciate you being so respectful and all of that during that very, very heavy trial. And if it does get too much, we can always pivot back to the Hutch jewelry trial or something else. All right, good night. Oh, one last thing. I redirected to Recovery Addict because he's doing which was the journalist one we watched the other day.